And the PGA Bridge was stuck up, so I had to go up to dollar.
Hey, Stu, how are you? I'm good. Good, sir.
Fist bump.
Hi, Ryan.
We'll see.
We're so happy to have you.
Yeah.
It's a great
Welcome.
conference. So
Really.
you're
Glad to have
here.
you.
Jim Lyons.
It's a good course. You'll be happy.
Oh, yeah.
Good to see you.
It's not where you're going to go. And you got a great chief there.
Stu, you ready?
Frank's all right. Whoa.
Breaking all kinds of rules.
I know. What's up with that?
It's 5:32. We'll call the meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation. I pledge allegiance.
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please join me in a moment of reflection. Dear God, we are grateful and thankful for this day and the blessings, opportunities, and challenges that come along with it. We pray now for strength and your guidance as we humbly ask that you enable us with our different thoughts and ideas to work together toward a common goal of improving our town and serving the residents of Juno Beach. Help us find it in ourselves to each of us act with grace, honor, and compassion as we take this opportunity to render service to our community. Amen. Caitlin, do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions to the agenda?
No, sir.
Any other
Yeah.
additions?
I do. Peggy, go ahead.
No.
Okay, I wanted to move, oh, wait, get the agenda. I wanted to move 12 up to 6A. 12 is the item about the coronavirus vaccination rollout. I think it's of real general interest to the community. We do have a number of time-sensitive items, I think, that would precede it. So I would recommend putting in position 6A.
Okay, any discussion or comment, or are we okay with that?
I'm fine with that.
All right, we'll move that to 6A.
And one more.
Go ahead, Stu.
I'd like to move the next one. That's also an item that I put on. That was for discussion of the Waterford. The Waterford's going to be representing their proposal for annexation in February. There's been a lot that has happened, particularly last month. I'd like to have a discussion where we stand as a council on the Waterford. And I think that's of interest to the community. I don't want to see it get bumped off the agenda. So because we have a long agenda, I'd like to put it again ahead of the fertilizer ordinance by moving it into position, I guess would be 6B.
Okay, any discussion?
Yes. Item 13, I would like to see it removed from the agenda tonight because it's going to be on our February agenda and the Waterford representatives are going to be here. We're going to have a public hearing. I think that's the time we should discuss the Waterford, not tonight.
Well, I'm afraid that the Waterford is really a topic of current concern here in the town. And I think that unfortunately, the best interests of the Waterford have bumped up against the political nature of Juno Beach. I think that we represent all the stakeholders of Juno Beach. I think it's appropriate that ahead of the annexation argument, which is effectively a rerun of the one that was done in August, but the important thing that has happened is the council needs to know agreements that the Waterford has made in order to facilitate a plan. And I feel that that's important that we discuss tonight because I think there's a misrumor going around, and I'd like to address that.
Well, Stu, I think it's important too, but there's no representative here tonight from the Waterford.
No, this is a
Intern-
council discussion.
Well-
I want to have a discussion with my peers.
I'm okay with moving it up if we.
I'm sorry,
I'm
what, Peggy?
okay with moving it up if we want to move it up.
And yeah, I mean, this is a council discussion. There's nothing for us to decide. There are other items on the agenda that require a council decision. I'm not inclined to move it up to take precedence over items that need a decision. I mean, for instance, we had a workshop on Monday. We spent hours discussing audio video options, and now we're going to have a decision to make tonight to move something that's just a discussion item. I mean, I don't, do you really foresee us going to 11 PM tonight?
Okay, well, that's fine. I just would like to be sure that we have time to have a discussion on this topic before we close business at the end of the evening. If it looks like that's not going to happen, then I'd like us to rearrange the schedule at that time. I'm perfectly happy discussing this one at 10:30, but I don't want to get it bumped off the agenda because we're stuck in the middle.
Okay, so you're okay leaving it where it is, and if we start to run out of time, we'll make adjustments or discuss it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's see. First item on the agenda is the swearing in of our new police officers, Ryan Hoffman and Tim Phillips. Chief?
Evening, Mayor, Council. Good evening, everybody. We have two new police officers that we recently hired, and I'd like to introduce you to them. After that, we're going to get them sworn in ceremoniously, and I can tell you, they've been here a couple of weeks and doing a fantastic job. We made great choices on both of them. So let me tell you a little bit about, I'm going to start with Officer Ryan Hoffman. I would like to welcome Police Officer Ryan Hoffman to the Juno Beach Police Department. Ryan worked as a police officer for the NYPD for 10 years. He worked in various special operation assignments the past 5 years as a detective. Ryan has a bachelor's degree from Fairfield University in Connecticut. He is joined here today by his wife Kimberly and his three sons Henry, Jack, and Luke. Welcome. Officer Hoffman will make a great addition to the Juno Beach Police Department, and we look forward to his skills and experience Ryan brings to our department. Congratulations, Ryan. Okay, next I'd like to welcome Police Officer Timothy Phillips. Welcome Officer Phillips to the Juno Beach Police Department. Tim has worked as a police officer at the Buckingham Township Police Department in Pennsylvania for 30 years, and most recently worked for the New Hope Borough Police Department in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. During Tim's years of service, he was involved in community policing projects and was certified motor carrier enforcement officer. Officer Phillips has a strong community policing background and will make a great addition to the Juno Beach Police Department. Welcome aboard, Tim. Thank you. At this time, we're going to ask Caitlin to swear them in.
Now, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear. Sorry. That I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution and laws of the state of Florida and the laws and ordinances of the town of Juno Beach and the rules and regulations of the town of Juno Beach and the Juno Beach Police Department, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of police officer of the Juno Beach Police Department, to which I have been appointed according to law and to the best of my ability. Congratulations.
Mayor, that was the short version.
I just want to congratulate, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt for a second. I want to congratulate our new officers, Hoffman and Phillips. There's really not a better community to police, a police department to work with, or a police chief and major to work under. So congratulations, and we look forward to welcoming you into the community.
Okay, we'll move on to comments from the public. Caitlin?
Susan Hoddle. If you could step right up to the podium.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I had kind of an unusual experience last week. I'm a new resident in Juneau.
Please state your name and address for the record. Sorry.
All right.
Can she remove her mask for the microphone?
Am I allowed to do that?
I don't know, I'm asking.
It should be fine now with the mic being in front of her.
All right.
All righty. My name is Susan Hoddle. I'm a new resident. I live in Juneau at 70 Celestial Way in the Homestead. And it's Unit 310. Anyway, as I was starting to say, I had a rather unusual experience last week that I wanted to kind of ask some questions about. I've had communication with Lynn Hamill. I guess she's in the zoning area. And I do think that I have an expectation of privacy within my own home. And I was sitting in my living room when I saw an object flying between the landscape area at Seminole and my homestead building. I live in the south building, so my unit faces the golf course, and then I have a view of the ocean beyond that. And I saw an object flying, and it came closer and closer and closer until it was peering what I felt. I was freaked out. I thought it was peering in my bedroom glass doors. It was a drone.
Drone.
A drone.
Drone.
And at 5:20 in the afternoon, it seemed rather peculiar time, I went to get my phone to take a picture of it, but by the time I got back, it was gone. So I don't know whether it was friend or foe, but I was uncomfortable about it. And I brought it to the attention of my manager because I thought, well, maybe it was, FPL does drones, but they announce when they're coming. I thought, well, maybe we were having our roof inspected or something like that. Could be the insurance company. No, it wasn't that. I asked some of my neighbors. No, none of them own drones. And so I am kind of wondering whether this is something that the council would take under advisement as a study group. I was amazed to find out that Juneau Beach doesn't have any code or ordinance regarding the flying of drones. And within 10 feet of my, 10, maybe 15 at the most. And the fact that it was coming between the landscape area of Seminole and our building, and then instead of going east and west, it was coming north towards the building. So that was kind of the basic thing is Lynn Hamill suggested that I check with the Florida laws regarding drones and so forth. And of course, the legislature has done a few things, but some towns have also done some regulating of drone flying also. And I think it's important to understand that, if there's a peeping Tom outside my first floor window, I think I would expect redress with some sort of, police action, something to prevent that. But the third floor is rather more dicey matter to control. But I honestly feel like it might be my own. I understand there are laws that I can't take down the drone, But what do I do to protect myself? And I would like to ask the council to give some thought to that, whether that's a study group or whatever. I know you have a lot on your plate with the pandemic, but I think if it was your third floor window, you would be equally freaked out.
Okay, thank you, Susan. It's not we don't respond right here on the spot, but
understand.
we'd encourage you to, the staff will follow up with you and we'll get a report back and we'll see what we're going to do as a council to address it. But thank you for bringing it to our attention.
So,
Thank
so
you.
Jason, we'll get a report. Is that I mean,
Well-
that'll be part of comment from I'm just saying, the idea seems reasonable if we wanted to push it off a month and then discuss it after town looks at it, that's fine by me, but I just want to be sure we look at it next month and decide what we're going to do.
Yeah, I'm suggesting that the staff get in touch, find out what the details are, find out what they can about the situation, see if it's an isolated incident, see if it's something from a policy standpoint that we're in a position to address, and we'll
Okay,
get more
that sounds
information
great.
and be able to make an informed decision.
I think that's great.
Okay.
Donna Hamilton.
Hello. Happy New Year, Council, and thank you from the bottom of my heart for your service and dedication. So, my request here is for the Civic Association, and every year we have, or before the election, a candidates night. And so we're hoping that we could possibly entertain the idea of having it outside between here and the police department, where we could set up the chairs 6 feet apart and actually, hold the debate for the candidates. So then everybody has a fair way to express themselves to everybody. So that's my request.
Okay. Joe, is that something that we can take up in comments from the council and try to build a consensus on, and that way it doesn't delay the Civic Association from being able to move forward if there's a decision?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay,
That's
thank you so much.
No further comments for this item. Others are for other agenda items.
okay. Do we have any other comments from the public? Anyone else? All right. The consent agenda. Do we have a motion with respect to the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Do we have a second?
I will second it. I'd like to have a discussion during comments on additional grant funding for the LWCF funding opportunity, as well as the floodplain management plan, but they're all positive, so just a little discussion on that and comments. Thank you.
Okay. So we have a second with that contingency. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, next is resolution number 2021-01, request for plat approval for 461 Venus Drive.
And Mayor and Council, with Council's approval, I'm going to recuse myself from this agenda item since I live at 460 Atlantic Boulevard. Thank you.
Can I ask a question of Len on this one? Because at the planning and zoning meeting, Peggy, when presenting as an individual, certainly seemed to have issues about the plat itself. Is it possible that she could participate in the discussion but be barred from the vote?
I didn't know. It's one and the same. Under the county code, you can't participate if you're not voting.
Well, okay. So that we can have a full story, I would just ask, is there someone who can present the concerns that you had raised as an individual, not as a council, you were a next door neighbor, you raised concerns?
Len, do you want me to ask Frank if he'll clarify exactly what I was,
If Frank wants to describe what occurred at the
what I
planning
was
and
actually
zoning board
referring
meeting,
to? Because I
that's
think,
fine.
yeah.
I'm sure Frank could do that as part of his presentation.
Yeah,
Okay, is
that would be
fair?
fine.
I mean, are you
Yeah,
happy with
yeah,
that?
That's fine.
Okay, good.
I was just going to read the resolution by title only before Frank goes. A resolution of the Town Council of Town Juno Beach, Florida, approving a plat for 461 Venus Drive and authorizing its execution and providing for an effective date.
Okay, Mayor, Councilmember Kurt Thompson for the record, the principal planner. The subject property is currently vacant, and it's within the subdivision formerly known as the New Palm Beach Heights. The subject property is currently zoned residential transit and multifamily moderate density, or RMT. To the north lies 460 Atlantic Boulevard, of which there's a council member who lives there. And then to the south is Venus Drive, and then further south of Venus is the Surfside Hill Community Residential PUD development with an underlying zoning of also RMT. To the west is 840 and 842 Oceanside Drive, which is also zoned RMT. And then to the east is the Juno Beach Park, which is zoned public recreation. On March 4th, 2019, the zoning board recommended approval of the 461 Venus Drive project. And then on March 27th, 2019, the town council approved resolution number 2019-03, which should be a part of your backup, for site plan approval for a two-family residential structure, which is attachment 1. And then subsequent to that, at its January 2021 meeting, the Planning and Zoning Board discussed and made a motion to recommend approval for the plat, which reflects the site plan that you approved and that the Planning Board approved in 2019, to move forward to the Town Council. The motion by the Planning and Zoning Board was approved 4-1, with Mr. Ferguson opposing that. You have also a copy of a letter from GeoPoint, which is our surveying company. And in that letter, GeoPoint Surveying has reviewed the Venus Drive preliminary plat submitted for review to the town of Juno Beach for compliance with State Statute 177 and the Town of Juno Beach plat checklist. And he said that he found that the plat is in compliance. So with that professional opinion professional analysis from our surveyor, staff would like to submit this resolution for your consideration, and that will conclude staff's presentation at this time.
Good evening. I'll try my best to sum up what happened at the last PNC meeting. So as Mr. Thompson mentioned, we are talking about the plat for 461 Venus Drive. Ms. Wheeler lives at 460 Atlantic Boulevard, which is north of 461 Venus. When one of the items that we're looking at in the plat is creating an easement for the water utilities that abuts the Town Hall Park to the east. When that gets created, Jupiter Water intends to move an existing water main that's located at 461 and that also runs north through 460 Atlantic. They're planning on moving that water main east, so pretty much closer to where the property line is and where the proposed water easement or utility easement will be per the plat that you have in your package. The concerns that Ms. Wheeler had at that meeting is that she met with a Jupiter Water representative, and it was informed to her that in order to be able to do that without entering her property, because there is no easement on her property for any utilities, that they would actually cap off or in a way end the water service to her property from Venus Drive. Now, her property will still get water service from Atlantic Boulevard, but not from Venus Drive. So in a way, there will no longer be a loop of Jupiter Water's water main system. That was the concern that was raised by Ms. Wheeler. You're going from a loop system to a system that will still provide you water, but it will not be looped. It will be, for lack of better words, a dead end.
Dead-ended, yes.
Correct. And that's the best I can do. Thank you.
Okay, discussion?
My question is if we approve the plat, does that have any impact upon the decision on the final routing of the water line? I mean, I would think that the plat would be independent of the flow of the utilities.
That is correct.
That's
Yes.
correct.
So
Well, I think that's the critical question. Because if the plat is sufficient, the plat is aligned with what the council approved, although I think I was the one negative vote on the site plan because I thought that we hadn't considered the size and massing of the property within the neighborhood, and I certainly hope I'm wrong. But nonetheless, we as a council approve that. And as long as the water issues can be resolved independently, I see no reason to not push forward with the plat. But can you tell me whether her rights are compromised in any way if we go ahead?
not with the plat. If for some reason the applicant moves forward with Jupiter Water on moving that water main into the new proposed easement, all the work has to happen within their own property. So in order for them to do that, we do require a Juno Beach building permit. At that time, those plans have to be approved by their engineer. They have to be approved by Jupiter Water, who's our water provider for the town, and then also staff. So, but all the work has to happen within their own property. Her property, Ms. Wheeler's property, they cannot go into that property, not even an inch.
Okay, now that I've said that I really wanted to talk about the plat and not the water system.
Mm-hmm.
When you say that she was going to be dead-ended as opposed to looped, is that a material harm to her in some way? Or potential harm to her? Does her water quality diminish? Why should she be concerned that she's a dead end rather than a loop?
I'm not an expert on the subject. There is a preference over loop over having a dead end. I can't speak to that. Perhaps somebody from Jupiter Water may be able to, or somebody else from staff, but I don't have that information.
Well, but Frank, you just told me that one would prefer to have a loop than a dead end. Is that a reasonable statement for lay people like me?
Yes, I don't know if the reason is because of water quality.
I don't,
Right.
it's
Yes, sir.
just, it's not as good to be dead ended. Is that, can I take that away?
No, that's correct.
Okay. But it's independent of what we do on the plat.
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, going back to the loop, Frank, why can't 461 tie into the loop?
They would need access into the property for 461 would need access. Well, I'm sorry, the water main that's currently at 461 Venus that runs through 460. In order to loop that system, you need access to both properties. 461 is giving Jupiter Water the access for that. 460 is not. There is no easement at the moment, and this goes back, I don't know how many years, but that used to be Old Ocean Drive. The water main at that time used to be on the right-of-way. When the town abandoned that Old Ocean Drive, an easement was not given to the utilities so that they could keep that their utilities, in this case the water main, in its place. So at the moment, Jupiter Water does have lines, the water main on private property. So they do need permission from the property owners before they go in there.
Okay, so, and there's no permission to use the loop, is that correct?
Without access to the property, that's not possible.
Okay, all right. So, and the replat meets all the state standards, town of code, town of Juno Beach, our ordinances, everything is met by the replat.
That's correct. For the plat, yes, sir.
Okay.
Anything else, Jim?
Good.
So just to, if I understand it, Stu brought up the point that Councilmember Wheeler, if there's a dead end versus the loop, I don't want to use the word detrimental, but it could be a lesser, it's not the preference that you were clear on. To that extent, however, if Councilmember Wheeler wanted to allow access to her property, there is an opportunity for there to be a loop system. Is that my understanding?
Yeah, I don't know the specifics. That really is between Jupiter Water and Ms. Wheeler.
Okay.
But in the beginning, there was, option one was to create a loop system. This is option B. yes, there is a way to do it.
Okay, but there's there's still that option out there. We just don't know whether or not that's something that the property owner wishes to.
It's between
engage.
Jupiter Water and the property owner.
Okay.
And that would be addressed at the time of the building permit, correct?
If they do not, if they want to go through the loop process, yes, Ms. Wheeler would need to be involved in that because it is her property. It would be her application that comes into the town to use her property. If 461 Venus Drive decides not to just do, actually, I'm sorry, they don't have an application right now to do the dead end. But if they come in with an application to do the dead end, staff would make sure that all the work that takes place only happens on their property. Yes, but that would be through the building permit review process.
Okay.
And staff has not received an application yet.
Okay. Any further questions, or do we have a motion?
I do have public comment on this item.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Caitlin.
Mr. David Tassel.
David Tassel on behalf of the applicant. I'm only here if the council has questions for me on behalf of the applicant. Otherwise, I have no comment.
Could I ask that he be permitted to remove his mask? Because I had difficulty understanding.
Sorry about that. I'm happy
That's
to-
fine.
believe me,
Really,
I'm happy
it's
to
a
remove my
it's a
mask.
funny world.
I'm David Tassel on behalf of the applicant. I don't have any comments. I'm just here in the event that the council had any questions for the applicant.
Okay. Any questions? All right.
I will say, however, for the record, based on the discussion that you've had, is the applicant would be more than willing to do a loop system, but we can't do that without Ms. Wheeler's consent. So that option is available. We would do it. And if we don't have that option, we would go for the other system.
Mr. Tesla, in your opinion also that if we approve the plat tonight, we're not infringing on her potential water rights, and that this decision as to how the water will be supplied to both the duplex and to Mrs. Wheeler's property is independent really of the discussion we're having tonight. Is that your understanding?
I believe it's my understanding that that's not before you this evening, correct?
Well, one second. That's not the question that I asked. The question I asked is, do you also agree that if we were to pass the plat tonight, that would not impact in any way, shape, or form the discussions on the water issue?
Yes.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you. No other public comments. Does any other member of the public wish to be heard on this? All right, there being none, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the adopting of resolution 2021-01, plat approval for 461 Venus Drive.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Next item is the request for special event for the Walker Cup. Frank?
Good evening, council. Staff received an application from the United States Golf Association, the USGA, to hold a golfing event at Seminole Golf Club starting on May 7, 8, and 9. The proposed event is the Walker Cup. It is a competition between 10 amateur players representing the United States and 10 players representing Great Britain and Ireland. The anticipated attendance is 4,500 people over the 3 days. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the applicant has submitted a COVID-19 safety plan for council's review, which was attached to the memorandum. The applicant also provided a site plan for council's review. We have Mr. Robbie Sosnek here via Zoom from the USGA to make a presentation and answer any questions that council may have. I believe we also have a representative from Seminole Golf Club, Rhonda, that's also in front of you. And also staff is here to answer any questions that council may have for us. Thank you.
Okay.
Robbie?
Robbie froze.
Looks like he's frozen.
I hope he froze.
I think he froze up.
He either froze or he's
Rhonda, are you ready?
great sleep.
He's frozen.
We're pretty, sometimes I think we're kind of boring, but this would be a new record.
Muted. Rhonda, you're muted. I'm sorry.
It shows it's her side.
It could be on your side.
Rhonda looks like she's trying and she's kind of muted and unmuted, semi-muted.
Caitlin, do we have her muted?
We have a sign language interpreter?
It's not our side.
Can you tap the screen and see if there's a mute button? It usually is red
In the bottom corner.
on the bottom corner. Thank you.
There you go.
Check, she
You
doesn't-
lit it up.
Okay.
Yeah, that's her.
Hi,
And Robbie's trying to get back in, so please.
fine.
You have to accept your mic, you have to accept the microphone end of it, I think, when you log on, right? So perhaps.
This is a new world and we're just adapting to the Zoom hybrid era, so it's all good.
I mean, Rhonda has a nice background of the Seminole
Yeah,
Golf
it's
Course, so I know she's
it's
done
really
this before.
pretty.
I like it.
Perhaps if council has any questions, I may be able to answer them. And then if they come back in, I'll let them do their
Yeah.
presentation.
I have a question about like galleries. How are the,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think he's back.
good morning.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry. Perfect technical difficulties. But again, my name is Robbie Zalznick with USGA. I appreciate Frank and Kurt's time and effort with us to put forth this plan for the Walker Cup. If everyone can hear me, I'll share a screen and hopefully run through a little presentation to introduce the Walker Cup to you.
Everything's good, Robbie.
Perfect. And again, I'll just echo my thanks to Frank and Mr. Labello and the town council for being in front of you. My name is Robbie Zalznick. I work for the United States Golf Association. I've worked for the USGA for about 20 years and work on several of the USGA's championships, including the US Open, US Senior Open, US Amateur, and Walker Cup. Joining me on this call is Rhonda Flynn, the general manager at Seminole Golf Club, and happily answer any questions as we go along between either one of us. Just a little bit about the USGA. We're based in Liberty Corner, New Jersey. We're a 501c3 not-for-profit organization. We do have satellite offices throughout the country, including Pinehurst, North Carolina, which is where I'm based. The USGA was founded in 1894 with the primary mission of writing the rules of golf and conducting national championships. Today, the USGA conducts 14 national championships a year and then 2 national team matches, which are biannual, so every other year. Those 2 team matches are the Walker Cup and Curtis Cup. Included in our national championships are ones that most golfers know, including the US Open and US Women's Open. We conduct these championships throughout the country and have conducted 24 championships in our history in the state of Florida. The Walker Cup is jointly managed as a international team competition between the USGA and the R&A. It was formed in 1922 by the USGA and R&A together with the effort of bringing golf back together as a way to interact after World War I and create camaraderie and friendship through golf. The competition itself is made up of 2 teams of 10 players. One team represents the United States of America. One team represents Great Britain and Ireland. These are the top amateur golfers in golf, and most likely these guys are going to be the ones that are turning professional. Past Walker Cuppers include Bobby Jones, Jack Nicklaus, Phil Mickelson, Tiger Woods, just to name a few. So it truly is the who's who in golf. Our partner in this Walker Cup is Seminole Golf Club. Seminole was founded in 1929. They have 140 beautiful acres of open space right on the Atlantic Ocean. This will be the first event held at Seminole Golf Club, although we were really excited last year as golf was starting to return that Seminole did open its doors with the help of the town of Juno Beach to conduct the 4-person match broadcast by NBC to try to get golf going again. We were invited to bring the Walker Cup to Seminole back in 2013. We have a host club agreement between the USGA and Seminole and have been working together really the last 5 years. the Walker Cup is broadcast throughout the U.S. and internationally by NBC and the Golf Channel. From the USGA's perspective, obviously, COVID had an unprecedented impact on the world. Last year, sports, rightfully so, took a backseat to all that was happening. And we, as the USGA, certainly put a pause on all plans for golf championships in 2020 and beyond. As we got closer to the summer and as sports carefully and safely returned, we carefully and safely returned golf with the help of our partners. We do so with the paramount goal of providing a health and safety environment for those participating in the championship, and certainly for all our stakeholders, including our host communities. Last year, we ended up canceling 10 of our championships, and we postponed the Curtis Cup match until 2021. We did hold 4 championships throughout the country last year, our US Open and Women's Open, US Amateur and Women's Amateur. Those were in 4 different states where we met extensively with local, county, and state officials and ultimately had state approval in the state of Oregon, New York, Maryland, and Texas to conduct those. And those 4 championships were broadcast live. We learned a lot in 2020, but we really came out of it feeling like we could conduct championships in a safe and healthy way and really limit the risk to all involved. So in this year, we're planning to conduct all 14 of our championships. We're hopeful to conduct the Walker Cup at Seminole Golf Club, and we're going to return to the Curtis Cup match that was postponed last year. As we make our plans, we're certainly one of the bodies of golf, and we consult regularly with the PGA Tour and LPGA Tours. They conduct events week in, week out, all across the country, and certainly in the state of Florida for professional golf. We're also a member of and advise greatly with the DHS Sports League Subsector Council, and that includes representatives from the NFL, NBA, MLB, Major League Soccer. So we're really in tune with what all the sports are doing and how they are conducting athletic events safely. We are, just as kind of a point of reference, we're certainly encouraged by the vaccine, and hopefully it's widely available. But as we're planning this Walker Cup and as we sit here in January, we're not reliant on the vaccine at all as a health and safety measure for the Walker Cup. We're hopeful it's being administered, but we're not using that as a safety precaution as we make our plans. We are going to use precautions such as the normal CDC guidelines, social distancing, wearing of masks and face coverings, and testing where appropriate. The Walker Cup, as Frank mentioned in our introduction, in a normal year, we would expect between 10 and 12,000 attendees over the course of 3 days. But obviously, as we paused last year in Walker Cup planning, we knew we needed to decrease attendance and have fewer people, the better. We've gone from a max attendance of 12,000 down to about 4,500 for the 3 days, with a daily max attendance of about 1,850 people. Just touching on the attendee groups, we have people really involved directly in the competition with the teams themselves, the players and their caddies, and our staff and officials that have to administer the competition. That is, right about 150 people. We've got others that are associated with the long history of the Walker Cup, and we call them Walker Cup VIPs. We're looking at about 300 people, down from 370. As our host club, we certainly want the membership and their family and friends to enjoy the Walker Cup, but we're reducing that attendance down. Local guests, we certainly still want to have some local flavor and folks attend, but we're cutting that back. Volunteers, we've cut down from 400 to 105 under current plans. And we've really taken the fan base down from 2,500 a day down to 0. So again, we're looking at 1,850 people on a Saturday or Sunday as our peak attendance. That is our plan sitting here in January. We certainly want open discussion about that. We do have ways to, should things not improve or get worse, reduce that down by 300 in an initial swoop. And ultimately, if we need to, we can get under 1,000 attendees with a couple of quick measures. So we're prepared to do that. We're hopeful things are better and hopeful we can have a lot of folks enjoy the Walker Cup as a special event, but if needed, that attendance number can come down. When we talk about protocols, I mentioned the folks involved in the actual competition itself, the players, their caddies, our staff and officials, and even the media that are covering the Walker Cup. Those are ones we're truly identifying as essential to the match. We have to have them or the match can't take place. For those folks, we're going through similar protocols that we put in place with all our championships last year. We're going to require them to fill out a pre-travel questionnaire before arrival within the state of Florida. They're going to have to take a COVID PCR test and provide results within 72 hours of travel. And that negative result will allow them to travel to the Walker Cup. Upon arrival, we will again test them locally and make sure they are still negative. And then on a daily basis for all attendees, really, we're going to do temperature checks and a health questionnaire to make sure we're not allowing anyone on the grounds that are displaying symptoms and such. We're always going to require face coverings and social distancing measures and any other local and CDC guidelines that might be in place. I should point out, though, when it comes to players at a high level on television playing golf, we do allow at all our championships players to remove face coverings when they are in the competition itself. When they are done with the competition or pre-competition, they would be required to wear those face coverings. For any other attendees, we are going to, again, and most of these folks are local through the Seminole membership and their family to try to enjoy that. Still going to require a pre-arrival questionnaire to make sure they are not in any health risk, not displaying any symptoms, no temperatures before they're allowed to advance towards Seminole. And then on a daily basis prior to gaining entry to the grounds, we're going to take temperature checks and re-ask health questions. At all times at the Walker Cup, we're going to require face coverings and certainly act in a socially distant manner when on the grounds. Parking for the Walker Cup, and as part of our special event permit, we've obtained approval from FP&L to park at their property literally directly across US 1A1A from Seminole Golf Club. The original plan with 5,000 attendees was to park about 1,000 vehicles there. Our new estimate is down to 500 or less vehicles, knowing just the general attendance is going to be less. We're expecting a few more cars than based on a percentage, then we're reducing attendance just by virtue of folks less carpooling to the Walker Cup. We are planning to still shuttle folks from FP&L's property over to the Seminole. The predominant reason we met early on with Chief Smith and your police department about crossing US 1A1A from a pedestrian standpoint. We didn't like it from a safety protocol. We still don't like it. We feel like shuttle rides can certainly be less than 10 minutes. And if the police will help us manage traffic, they can be more like 5 minutes. We have operated shuttles at our other championships in a very safe way, limiting capacity on the buses themselves to every other seat, every other row, and making sure shuttle rides are less than 10 minutes. And by virtue of just mandatory requiring face coverings while on shuttles. So that's a little bit of our parking plan to get people to the Walker Cup. I should point out that as we've reduced facilities on the grounds, we've allocated more space within Seminole's 140 acres to parking cars on.
Oh, no.
We're doing so well. We got a freeze, yeah.
Want to take
Now,
questions?
Robbie's calling in on a Zoom line. Is that what's going on right now? How is Robbie connecting to us?
What happens if you're on the other side, like Robbie might be, his location, if he doesn't have good service in his location, that's going to cause him to freeze up versus something on our end, I think.
Rhonda, would you like to add something to the presentation? Oh, she still can't talk.
That's an interesting effect.
Where is
Oh.
Rhonda at? What location?
She's a ghost.
She is a ghost.
I mean, you have to laugh. But that's fine. It's great. Yeah. We'll get this fixed.
No, we can't hear you.
Yeah. She's frustrated. Look at her. Oh, my.
But by looking at the application, I think he was getting close to finishing his presentation. Again, I'm available for any questions.
Can I ask,
I may be able to
are these
answer.
be fixed galleries or moving galleries? Do you have any idea?
I'm sorry, what do you mean by galleries? I'm not
Are
a
guests
golfer.
going to travel around the
They can
course? Or are they going to
They're
be
gonna have
fixed
stands, or they.
stands or
Yeah, they're
walking?
gonna walk around the course.
That's actually a good question for Robbie that's back. They are going to have,
I know, it's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, sorry, everyone. I hope I'm back and with you.
You're
And
good.
I
Yeah, we got-
feared I had exceeded my time limit, maybe was cut off. But I hope you'll bear with me a little longer. And I can reshare my screen if that still helps. It looks like I'm disabled from sharing screen at the point, but I think the question was, once the fans are on the grounds, I was starting to talk about kind of hospitality and the fact that we're closing all indoor facilities. In our original plan at the Walker Cup, we were planning to construct closed tents, and with air conditioning and such, we are no longer building any closed tents. They're all open air tents, only to provide shade and a respite from the sunshine. So in effect, we've got 140 acres of open space to spread out these 1,800 folks. And even in and around our facilities where we are going to provide these shade tents, we've got plenty of space. We're planning to put this area on the club's so-called Iron Range. It's one of their practice facilities, which is about 30,000 square feet of space. And within that 30,000 square feet, we're going to provide shade tents and seating spaced out in a way that we can seat over 1,000 people in a socially distant manner. So that's kind of the plan for that part of it. We don't build bleachers at the Walker Cup. We hope people will spread out and follow golf as the ultimate plan behind that.
Because I would think that would be the most difficult part, is keeping groups of 10 from clustering along the way. As just with a golf event, your greens are going to be crowded, I would think.
Well, that's, I mean, I guess in a couple of ways, the good news, we still are retaining about 100 volunteers. Most of the volunteers are club members that know the golf course well. We're going to use those volunteers primarily in a marshaling capacity to make sure folks are spread out. In any given session, we will have matches going on. We're going to have a video board to encourage people not to, gather in a big way in that seated area, so that we're planning to have at least a seat for every other person within our seated area. And, in fact, if 300 or 400 people are following 10 matches marshaled in a way that we're planning to marshal, that we could spread them out rather efficiently.
Okay, questions?
Well, no, any questions for our guest? No, I'm fine.
All right. Do we want to, does Rhonda have anything to add? Is she still muted?
She's having
She's
a
still
problem.
muted.
Yeah. But
Okay.
she's smiling.
But we got a
Is there
thumbs
any
up.
way that you
Oh,
can,
yeah, it's all good.
You might have to sign out and sign back in. That could be a way to.
I think she did.
or she could call in?
Yeah, call out and then come back.
Just
Go away.
call Caitlin, maybe?
She could phone in. We have a phone in line, right?
If you can see my screen, I can just talk a little bit about the footprint of the Walker Cup itself, just to give you an idea of that Iron Range area that is about 30,000 square feet. That's really only measuring this area right here, where you can see we're sprinkling tables out and providing shade canopy for some of those folks. So, our
Hello, Robbie?
Yes, sir. I'm still here. Sorry.
Okay, questions for Robbie?
Robbie, Jim Lyons, I have a question for you. First of all, your COVID-19 protocols, I think, are excellent, and you're doing as well as you can as far as protecting the public. My question is the 300 guest tickets, how are they going to be made available? Or are they already gone or what?
Yeah, no, we have actually held those back. And, a couple of things that are happening, obviously, just down the road, there's a PGA Tour event called the Honda Classic, which is projecting fans. We were going to hold any of those guest tickets until we saw how things were going, both in a COVID world. We were planning to come down and work hand in hand with the Honda Classic and see how their fan base was managed in and around. And if, hopefully things improve and within COVID, we would kind of help release those tickets to the public. But we're not planning to do that until we see that. And that's, as I mentioned, when I went through attendance numbers, we've got an easy way to cut 300 people a day from attending the Walker Cup. And we've got ways to go lower than that should we need to. As it stands now, we've reduced attendance by 2/3, 65% of our projected attendance. And I will add the Walker Cup itself, it is a major golf event broadcast on television. We had already planned to limit attendance just to keep it an intimate event. When you do talk about PGA Tour events over golf courses, you're talking, at a US Open for us, we have 40,000 people. At a Walker Cup, we limited to only 5,000 because we wanted to be intimate and spread out, and we're planning to limit that even more. So if this were compared to a normal golf event, we're actually in line with an attendance of a US Open with no fans, as we executed at Wingfoot Golf Club last year, just to have players and support and essential personnel there. We had over 1,200 people. So, we're in line with a very small event, even with letting members and their guests join in.
Robert, just an aside, the last nationally televised event had very few references to Juno Beach itself and didn't have a lot of flyovers. It didn't have a little local color. We really would like to see more of that, more identification with the town.
Very easy to do so, and we're happy to do that. Obviously, NBC broadcast the match when the 4 players did play at Seminole. I know it was brought up last minute. They actually had to produce that from a remote location. So they came in last minute. They only had a staff of, I believe it was 50 people to televise the whole match. So we are trying to bring the NBC compound on site so they can produce it locally. And within the course of that, we would make sure through our production meetings that they realize where we are. It's such a beautiful golf course itself. It's a historic golf course. It's a beautiful town. We're really planning to use this. And, had the match not happened last year, this would be the welcoming party to the world of the Walker Cup for Seminole Golf Club. And we still feel like it is. Seminole's a treasure and a wonderful part of the country. So we're planning to make sure people know that.
Thank you.
Robbie, I think the Walker Cup is a jewel for Juno Beach. And one thing I'm hoping that when it's over, I never ask the question again, where is Juno Beach? I want to follow up with Dr. Katz, because please get Juno Beach out there. That'd be great.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to make the same.
Consensus on this one?
I'll make the same comment because I watched the entire tournament and I kept saying, it's in Juno Beach. It's in Juno Beach. So that would be great if you could do that. Golf events at Seminole Golf Course, of course, have been such a big part of our community for so long. So this is the first time for the Walker's Cup match. I think it's an honor for Juno Beach. I will take pride in hosting it if it passes this evening. And I think you're doing everything possible to conduct the event at the highest level that you can and keep it safe for our residents, keep it safe for the participants and any vendors that would have to come in there. So I would be in favor of approving this evening.
Yeah, that's
echo the sentiments as far as Juno Beach. I think that goes without saying. And I want to compliment you. The proposed COVID-19 safety plan that you've come up with. It's not just throwing out there the CDC guidelines. It's the testing, the face masks, the guidelines, the temperature checks, the health questionnaires, and reducing the overall attendance by some 60 to 65%. I think you're handling it in a real proactive, responsible manner, and to only have a small crowd out there each day. You're doing everything you can to try to make this palatable to us as a council, and from a policy decision to keep folks there safe, keep your participants safe. And I want to compliment you on that effort. It goes a long way with, I think it goes a long way with the entire council to see that kind of effort and give us the confidence that you can do this even at the reduced level. And still maintain a level of safety.
Could I make my medical disclaimer, though? I mean, first of all, I am in favor of the project. I mean, I really think we have to reignite some of these projects. But ultimately, this is a health versus wealth situation. If we were going to maximize health, we wouldn't be doing events like this. It's just not reasonable for our growth as a country, our regrowth, our reability to adapt as people. So what we're saying in essence is that we have reasonable confidence that we can do this right. And I think that's a very good sweet spot between the two. And I'm in full favor.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Mayor, make a motion to approve the
Yes,
report.
Joe, I'm sorry.
I would like to suggest a condition, if I may.
Please.
Take this off. We don't know what the future brings, and obviously this is in May, and we all hope and pray everything's better. But I'd like for staff to be involved in step 1 and step 2, which is step 1 is reducing the attendance by 300, and the second one is to reduce the attendance by 850. I'd like to be involved with those decisions, or those discussions at least. So I would love to add a condition on there that they get with staff at least a month in advance, and we discuss those issues.
Okay, Robbie, is that something that you can accommodate?
Absolutely. I feel like we've already, and we met with Mr. Lobello and Frank and Kurt and team probably 2 years ago and starting this process, and we view this as a partnership all the way. So either way, we were going to work hand in hand with you, and it has no problem being that as a requirement of this.
Okay, do we have a motion with the contingency suggested by staff?
I'll make a motion to approve the request for the special event proposed in Juno Beach as stated above, subject to the applicant being responsible for the application process of the special event and all conditions and requirements following said application, including any additional agency reviews as amended and approval of fees.
I'd be happy to second that.
We have a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
And good luck in
Sorry, Rhonda, that we couldn't
forward to
hear
working
you.
with you.
Thank you,
Thank
Rhonda.
you.
Thank you, Rhonda.
Thank you.
Oh, we can hear you.
You got
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. So sorry about that.
Out time.
So strange. I don't understand why either. But thank you. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you, Rhonda. Good seeing you both.
All right, thank you very much. We'll be in touch.
Thank you. Thank you, Robbie. Okay, next item on the agenda is item 6, the request for special event Art Fest by the Sea at Juno Beach. Frank?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Council. Staff received an application from the North Palm Beach Chamber of Commerce to hold Art Fest by the Sea at Juno Beach on Ocean Drive starting March 13 and 14. The proposed event is an arts and crafts market with artists and vendors, including food and beverage. The anticipated attendance is approximately 8,000 people for 2 days. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the applicant has submitted a COVID-19 safety plan for council's review. I need to notate that early this week, staff received a letter from Palm Beach County Parks and Recreation, which denies the use of Loggerhead Park for the event. Staff has provided a copy of that to town council. We do not have a representative from the chamber at this time. they were supposed to do a presentation. I'll go into the details of the event, which, as I mentioned, they do set up a day prior to March 13. So March 12th, they're proposing to do a road closure of Ocean Drive. That's the day that they used to set up. 13 and 14 are the actual dates of the event. As I mentioned, they have also reduced the number of attendees that usually participate this event. They're talking about 4,000 people per day. In the memorandum and in the information that they have provided staff, they did mention that they would ask for reservations, time slots for the guests and attendees to enter the site itself. That mask would be required. They will be parking also at FPL. They would be using a trolley system to get to the location. With the denial from Palm Beach County Parks and Recreation, their site plan that's shown to council is not an accurate one at this moment. So I would consider that an incomplete application. If council has any questions, Joe and I are available to answer those.
Are we saying that currently they don't have sufficient parking to justify the numbers that they want?
It's not really parking. Loggerhead Park historically has been used for more than parking. It's the staging of the artists themselves, the loading, unloading. It gets used for other purposes as well, restrooms, etc. So right now, the county is saying that they will not allow any county park to be used for that event. And that's the letter that staff provided to you via email, and I believe there is a hard copy on the dais.
Frank, do we know, you said that the chamber was supposed to have somebody here. Did they call and cancel? Did they explain why they were not attending? Was it a decision they made in light of the county's decision? Do we have any clarity on that?
We've been in constant conversation with the chamber. We didn't get a solution we didn't get a final if they were coming or not. We were asking, since this news is pretty significant, are they pulling it or not? We heard they might postpone it, ask for a postponement till June or something like that, but that's just.
I'm sorry, prior to all this conversation, it was understood by me that Mr. Stewart and Noel would be here for the meeting. That's prior to it.
I have Noel Martinez on the phone.
Okay.
Is there any way
he can call in the Zoom number?
You don't want to talk, is that right? But you're not going to get a county permit. Okay. Okay, I get it. Okay, thanks. No problem.
I just want to say for the record, the staff and the community thinks Art Fest is a fiber of the community. We look forward to it every March. Unfortunately, with the incomplete application, this is big. We would have to relook at this. We look at safety of pedestrian, how they walk, how vehicle traffic. It's incomplete right now at this stage with that.
Essentially, we have no site plan.
No. But it's
Joe, I
sad.
know you and I spoke this afternoon, and they had talked. We had talked about them perhaps giving us a different date. But did Noel tell you for sure that he was doing that, or he was?
No, not for sure.
I thought they were.
And unfortunately, this is all happening in the 11th hour. I mean, a lot of it happened this week, so it's no fault to anybody, but without county parks, because it's not just that's the first question we had was, is it just Loggerhead Park? And no, it's all county parks are off. So they're not.
Well, I think it's clear that the application is incomplete. We have to deny it today. I think that the plan of the chamber is to come back with they're going to hope to try to do it later in the season. That's my understanding from the executive director.
That's from Noel that you did. Okay. Peggy?
Yeah, I want to make a couple of comments on it because I'm thrilled that the general public is enjoying life, the outdoors, the freedom. I think everyone really wants to get back to a normal life. And I was really sad to see what happened with the Parks and Recreation denial. at this time because I did want to give my support to that event also. I know that the numbers were higher on Art Fest by the Sea than the Walker's Cup, but and Frank, I did have a question. I was looking at this. It looked like we had 20. They said 4,500 over the 2 days. I realize that this
3 days,
is
correct.
8,000.
The 4,500 for the Walker Cup is over 3 days because they are going to have a flag raising ceremony on Friday
Practice, a practice round.
and a practice run for the 10 players.
So the number for the Art Fest by the Sea was specifically just for the 2 days, not during setup also?
Correct.
For that
They did
Friday
not include
event?
that number.
They didn't include that?
Right, there's approximately over, if I'm looking at the application, right, 100 employees / volunteers in addition to the 4,000 per day.
Yeah, I did feel, felt a bit sad for the chamber because I know they do work really hard on holding these events and, you know, it's interesting because we hold, the same standard that has worked for our restaurants and our businesses that have been open for some time where people enjoy going into eating and eating inside or eating outside. And you realize that they're both trying to hold and conduct their events in the safest way possible for the residents and the participants. And you know, the chamber has been such a friend of ours and is such a force in the county, you know, in particular. And I think that knowing what the income, I think a little bit about the income that this generates, the tourism dollars. It was like a $1.8 million into our community, and it supports our businesses, and that's so important during this time right now. And I'm sad to see that it turned out this way and that they're going to have to wait until June if that's the date that they do pick. So I was in support of this because I think that people are responsible for themselves. I think those, you know, they're truly, they watch out if they're worried. People at risk won't go out. They won't go to events. They won't go to the restaurants. But people that feel comfortable will go out. They'll wear a mask. And I think people are responsible and they just want to get back to normal. So I just wanted to mention that, and hopefully it's going to come back up and hopefully everything will be okay. And, you know, thank Noel and the chamber for, you know, trying. And I wish the county would have made a different decision on this, and it wouldn't have been so tough for us to not be able to work with Noel a little closer and say, you know, maybe we can get the numbers down or something, or, you know, it just all happened too close to the time that council was going to hear it.
Or made the decision earlier to allow the chamber some time to re-coordinate a site plan.
It was interesting because when I spoke to Noel about 2 or 3 weeks ago, he said that the county's approval was contingent upon the town's approval. In other words, that the county wanted the town to go first, and then if and only if the town approved it, would the county consider it. But it sounds like the county has preempted, I didn't know this, has the county preemptively denied or indicated to the chamber that they will not approve a permit?
I can clarify that. That's correct, but for traffic. So for the closure of Ocean Drive, this is Parks and Recreation. Parks and Recreation always gives their approval or denial before the event takes place. So Mr. Noel was right. Palm Beach County traffic would require Juno Beach to approve something, and that's usually done via letter from the police department saying, will you take responsibility of police services on the road? They say yes, and then that's when the county will give their approval.
Brian, I understand the police had some reservations about the event. Is that correct or not correct?
I think it's correct to say we have a lot of reservations about a lot of the events, and yeah, that one in particular, because, you know, I've been there every year, and it's a mob scene, and it's a great time. You know, we all look forward to it coming to town. The officers love to work it and everything, but the general consensus is, yeah, you know, how do we even limit people? Like, it's an open event. There's no fence around it. There's no tickets required to come in. You walk in one end, you walk in the other end, you walk in from the sides. So that was our reservation is, it's nice to have a COVID plan. How do you enforce a COVID plan? That's our reservation. If they could work it out to be safe and, you know, like I said, I think everybody loves to see it.
And to the extent they're going to come back and and resubmit an application at a later date, I would just encourage the staff to work in conjunction with them to do everything they can to, whether it's tickets or something else, to take these things into consideration. And
The chamber's a delight to work with. Howard Allen, who puts on the actual event, he runs a very professional show. The staff has had a great relationship for many decades. So it's not anything with that.
Could I suggest we table it rather than deny it?
Absolutely.
That's fine.
Is that, Len, is that?
That's perfectly fine.
Okay. And I would also echo Peggy's comments. It's for our hotel occupancy, for our restaurant owners and service providers. It's disappointing having that influx of people and having everybody come and have a good time in Juno Beach is always a big plus in March in the past. So I think, do we need a motion or are we okay just tabling?
A motion to table would be fine.
I'll make a motion to table Art Fest by the Sea at Juno Beach.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank
I think Peggy really wanted to second that one.
No, no.
Okay, we moved a prior item up to 6A. And Stuart, this
Yeah,
is your
that's,
discussion on planning for distribution of COVID-19 vaccine for town of Juno Beach.
Yeah, I would say that the rollout of the coronavirus vaccine is the number one topic on every human being's concern list here in Juno Beach. Juno, particularly because Juno Beach is about 12 years above the median age for the rest of Palm Beach County. And we have a lot of people who are over 65, and it's clearly this is a supply issue, right? I mean, we as a town council have no control over how much the feds give to the governor and how much the governors decide to dole out to the counties. That's particularly clear. And the form of the rollout has been challenging, right? I mean, the form of the rollout originally was telephone lines that didn't work. That got swamped immediately, and an email system that wasn't particularly friendly for the 65-year-olds and above. In fact, I think the health department, the Florida State Department of Health at Palm Beach County, is now out of the business, effectively, of distributing vaccine.
In the very near future.
Is that a fair statement?
In February 5th, yes.
Now, when I asked that, I mean, this is how fluid this is. So, Joe, what I first communicated to you was what, 2 weeks ago, maybe something like that. And 2 weeks ago, I felt that we had two immediate measures that we needed to make as a town. And one was we have no control over supply, but municipalities or fire departments now, there are many alternate pathways. There was 200 shots got dropped off at Palm Beach proper, the town of Palm Beach. And without going into why that should have happened, I will tell you that if you look right now, the town of Palm Beach is still registering their people. If shots arrive, this is what we're going to do with it. And so I felt as a town, we had two obligations. One was to have a reasonable distribution system within the town. If somebody came to us with a cooler of 100 shots, what would we do with it? And I thought we had the responsibility to be proactive and plan for that. And my original concept was you can't force people to get shots. They have to decide they want it. So we need to open up our email list, send out a blast, say, if you're interested in a coronavirus shot, we want to establish priority. And my original thought was to do it random. Sidney Vickers wrote an addendum, which I actually liked very much, which is simply to rank our seniors who are interested in the virus by age and say, if you're 105 years old and you're alive in Juno Beach,
you're going to be our number one priority to schedule. And just run down that list so that if in the event that we get a cooler, rather than having a line of 200 beach chairs sitting out there and saying first come, first serve, that at least we have proactively planned. Now, do I think that's going to happen? I think I agree that that's a highly unlikely probability. But I think with a minimum amount of staff work, we can accomplish this. And I just think it's something we should have in our back pocket. The second one was we have to have the recognition that while we're so proud of our police department and the fact that we don't have Palm Beach County Police covering us, with the case of fire, it's the exact opposite. Because the way the county has decided to roll out vaccine by an alternate pathway is through the fire department pods. Point of delivery, is that the translation of that?
Point of dispensary.
Point of dispensary. Okay, so that's where shots hit arms. And Tequesta's gotten some shots, and the Gardens has gotten some shots. But you see, we are effectively unincorporated Palm Beach County when it comes to fire, right? We don't in our millage rate include fire. That's offloaded on a separate line to Palm Beach County Fire Rescue. So effectively, we're county people, we're like the unincorporated people. We don't have a pod of our own. We don't have a fire department of our own. So I thought what we really needed to do 2 weeks ago was to partner up. Jupiter and, Tequesta and the Inlet Colony, they already have a reciprocal fire arrangement, so that's an easy one. But I thought that we should have then, and we should still now, endeavor to establish a formal relationship with another municipality that has a fire department, like North Palm, or alternatively with a hospital that could be a site of distribution. Now, I think we have space. I mean, we have the whole town hall parking lot that we could use as a flow-through distribution site. And when I was talking with Reverend Emily from the United Methodist Church about a whole nother different topic, she volunteered her property, or their property, as a flow-through from Route 1 through the parking lot up on the top to store cars and then send them down and out. So, look, people are scrambling. It looks now like the health department, the health district of Palm Beach County, is that the correct terminology? The health district of Palm Beach County, which is another tax line item of the county, not a division of the state, they're the ones who are actually administering now the doses that were originally scheduled by Alina Alonso and the county. Is that correct? Not the county.
That's correct.
The state.
It was the original DOH, which is Department of Health list, yes.
Right. And I thought that it was, what can we do as town council people? But I wanted Alina Alonso or a representative of her department to participate in a segment of this meeting, either live or by Zoom. And remember, now they're out of the game effectively. But 2 weeks ago when I made the request, I had anticipated that we should have a Q&A with them and they should make a brief statement on what is the reality of the virus distribution right now. So there are a lot of resources that have been put out there, but it really looks to me like Publix is going to be the dominant delivery system for vaccine. And I will tell you that, I call it the Publix lottery because it's an annoying, do I have the facts right, first of all? That Publix is going to be the
Yes,
dominant.
on that one, yeah.
And the way Publix does it is like this morning, they had their so-called 6 o'clock lottery. So if there's one practical tip I can give to people based upon what I've heard in my own personal experience, Publix does not open the list at 6 a.m. The people who got on at 5:30 in the morning, I believe based on the anecdotal evidence that I've heard, they're in the line and they are the ones who succeeded. So if I'm given a practical clue, it's the next time Publix runs its program, get on early and just stay there. I mean, at least now they have this stupid 60-second recount thing so that you don't refresh your screen. If you refresh your screen, you're going to lose your place in line. It's going to be as if you started all over again. And I will tell you that if they give you an appointment, they're not necessarily going to give you the Publix at Oak Brook. Although I do know somebody who got a shot at the Publix of Oak Brook. They may send you out to the Panhandle. And if they do, I say go. Just if someone offers you, and I've said that to people who have denied that they want shots. I, as a physician, say, talk to me if you want or for an individual case, but in general, get vaccinated. If somebody offers you a shot, take it. If it's the Pfizer and not the Moderna, take it. And call Publix ahead of time. You might have a better chance. That's all I can really say. But I know that I think it's terrible the way there have been all these sidebar ways of getting the vaccine. I'm happy to say that I got a shot, and I did it, the right way. I sent an email, and I really do believe that for a very brief window, the reference that I had sent around regarding the health district, that was the magic bullet, because that was a direct input form. But Joe, you were telling me yesterday or today that is now stopped?
They are not taking any more appointments. They're working off the DOH, the Department of Health's list.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, Jason and I were on the call today, the mayor's call, and Alina Alonso did get on that. And help me out with some of the content. But the takeaway I had is that she was really sorry that she established this huge waiting list. That having 80,000, 100,000 people, or 200,000, sorry, it's 200,000 people on a waiting list when vaccine is dribbling in. And actually, the original concept was vaccine was going to come in at a more rapid rate going down the line.
Yes.
So there was a time when we were thinking, well, we can vaccinate everybody with the supply that comes in. But now that there's this sense that, oops, if we give out shots now, and we don't have shots to cover people 4 weeks down the line, we're going to have a problem. So yes, this is a supply problem, but I propose 2 action items for the council. One, that we form a list of our people by age as a priority in case we get this cooler. And 2, that we actively seek to form an alliance with somebody who has a fire department or a hospital that's willing to take us on as an active partner. And finally, I read my challenger sent out an email which was all about the coronavirus vaccine. And I appreciate that, because that's why I wanted to have this discussion. It's everybody's #1 comment. But, when it said we can and should do better, I banged my head against the wall. I mean, what more can we as a council do to help our citizens than what I've requested and what I've done? So Elaine, if you're on the meeting right now, could you please tell me what you would do better? Because you say we can and do deserve better. So could you make public comment as to what you would do if you were in my seat?
All right, well, I'm gonna be filling you in on the mayor's call today. We had both Dr. Alina Alonso and we had the Virginia Baker. The gist of it was, if you want the good news, it's that 8.7% of the population over age 65 in Palm Beach County has been vaccinated. And that is ahead of the overall state of Florida average. It's also ahead of some of the larger counties such as Dade and Broward. But that is 8.7%. That still leaves over 90% of our population over age 65. And we don't have a supply that's there or that's consistently flowing through. That's the not so good news. The other aspect of it is, as Stuart pointed out, Dr. Alonso had a reservation system and did the best she could with the understanding that I think the supply would not be the bottleneck that it has become, and that it was going to be a distribution issue initially. There was talk of trying to resolve the distribution issue by using the fire rescue, by using houses of worship, churches, synagogues. There was also talk about using Publix as not as a primary point of distribution. I mean, this is as recently as a week or 10 days ago. Publix was still not the primary distribution element. Then the governor, from a policymaking standpoint, decided that our county was going to, and Joe, you step in. I know you had a call earlier today as well, but it was designated by the governor to be essentially a test run where if we use Publix as the primary source, how is that going to work out? The feedback we've gotten at the county level as recent as a couple of hours ago is that while that's helped in terms of a little bit of supply as well as distribution, the bottleneck is still the lack of supply. So I don't know that you solve a lack of supply to the extent that there's proposed action items. I'd like to hear staff's feedback on those action items and see if are we, with the limited staff that we have and the resources, I think, we do have, are we not better off focusing our efforts on the folks in town that are not capable of using a computer, a tablet, a smartphone, making sure that they have potential access or have the help that they need to make sure that they can get a reservation when there is adequate supply? I would also ask if we've got folks in town that are elderly and they're homebound or they need a ride. Let's be aware that they're out there. Let's see if the Civic Association and the Juno Beach Cares volunteers are available to them to make sure that if and when there's availability, that we're aware of those folks. And I would look at it in that direction, as taking care of the folks that aren't able to work off of 2 or 3 devices at 5:30 in the morning and try to get their reservation. Let's see if there's people out there that are not able to do that or don't understand how to operate the devices or don't even have a device. Let's make sure we take care of them. Joe?
Sure. Well, let me start out by when you are dealing with incident management and emergency management, there is no bad ideas. You turn over every rock, you listen to everybody's input, and you make the best decisions. And that's what we have done as a task force, and I'm very proud of how Dr. Alonso, the county, and all the 39 municipalities have worked together. So a couple of well, let me clear the record. There's a couple of things. The 8% that you were mentioning, Mayor, that's of the total population of the county, the 1.5 million. So it's the percentage of seniors is very high. It's 25%. So I didn't want to say that the numbers, but it's over 20% because I can't remember the numbers. And the limit, I don't believe you can limit it by age. The governor makes a rule on Sydney's recommendation on, which I actually like it. I presented that, and Dr. Alonso she made it known she wanted to limit the age to, groups of over 90, over 80, and see progress. But again, we were circumvented by the governor.
I thought anybody over 65 is eligible,
Yes.
but no one sets priority.
Yes, the governor has set priority.
So he's saying that we can't use ranked age as a parameter.
My understanding, no, you cannot.
So then I think we should random do it, because if somebody drops a cooler, what are you going to do with it?
Well, I'll get to the cooler. I'll get to the cooler. I hope it's a Yeti, because I need a Yeti. I never had a Yeti. But so obviously, with that being said, we look at every possibility. We were on conference calls every day, 7 days a week. We're over 100-something calls. Now we have nothing to talk about, even though today was pretty lively. So we're down to 1 call a week because this is a supply issue. This is a supply issue, and this is a supply issue. And I'm going to say it 5 times because we have contingency plans to get this thing out. If we had more vaccination, we would open the fairgrounds. Obviously, Walgreens and CVS, they were hired to do the nursing homes. They're going to be completed with that job very shortly. So that resource is out there. Publix has been a great relationship. It's worked out very well. We were roughly, again, don't quote me on any of these numbers, but we were roughly giving Publix, the state was roughly giving Publix, because it doesn't even go through Dr. Alonso, it goes right from the state to Publix, around 1,000. Now they are allocating 20,000 shots to Publix a week.
So
This is
as
a big deal.
percentage of total, that's what 80+% of the total doses are going out, are going to Publix as opposed to going to the
They're
county.
They're getting everything.
They're getting everything.
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 This is the sole provider right now. Can change tomorrow, but we are supposed to have a unified message. Publix is the only game in Palm Beach County. This is what we have to tell everybody. And I want to also, thank you for your comments, but I want to also add one more thing about getting your shots anywhere else. Because I've heard people say, I had an appointment in DeLand, Florida. Where's DeLand? Take it. Please take it. Wherever it is, take it. Take a trip out of it. Go down to Miami. Everyone who went down to Miami had a great time. The food is great by Miami Marlins Stadium. So take anything you get. Be vigilant. Go on those calls, 5:30, whatever it takes. There's another one opening up Friday. Those people that got the shots last week are not on that call this week. So yes, it is kind of a lottery system. You're going to stay in the queue. It's going to be refreshed. I know a lot of people who got that shot. Be vigilant. Get your shot. Okay? Because I don't know when essential workers are going to be opened up. I don't know when the next phase is going to be opened up. Now, so getting to your questions. So I cleared the air a little bit about the facts. There's been a lot of discussion. There's 11 out of the 39 municipalities that have their own fire stations. Only 11. It's like a third. And they would be a great resource. They say they can do 9,000 shots a week, which is pretty significant. I mean, again, Publix is doing 20. So look at the numbers. If we get 50,000 a week, we would knock this thing out. But 20,000 is going to take some time. There's 400,000 seniors. So there's only 11 out of the 39. Now, what about the 50 stations that we have in fire rescue? Dr. Katz is saying we're like unincorporated. I see where he's coming from, but we're not. We're not unincorporated. We have a fire chief and everything else. And those paramedics, which there's 50 stations, would be deployed to vaccinate the people at the fairgrounds. So we've already made the decision. That's the source of who's going to vaccinate if we open something up like Dodger Stadium. Has everybody seen Dodger Stadium? It's incredible what they're doing over there in California. So if we open up a regional site, which again, it's all based on, what did I say? Supply, supply, supply. That's where we're going. Then there's 11 of these fire stations. It started out as a mistake, as a closed pod. A closed pod, so everybody understands, means there's some restrictions on there. That Dr. Alonso made it real clear, there should be no closed pods. Obviously, the governor made a closed pod, why are we a closed pod now? Because there's no outer staters. So we're really all a closed pod now because we will not take outer staters to be vaccinated in Florida. You have to be a seasonal resident, and there's restrictions on that. You have to show like your leasing agreement, you have to show utility bills. There's all kind of criteria that's spelled out, and I will hope anyone who wants to call me tomorrow about that. But basically, if you're a seasonal resident, you can be vaccinated, but not if you are a tourist. If you're here in a hotel or something like that, you cannot be vaccinated in the state of Florida. So we're all a closed pod, but that's it. That's the only restriction hopefully we'll ever be at, because the closed pods never made sense to a lot of people, and they don't make sense to me. We're all in this together. And so if those places open up again, and trust me, a lot of those fire stations like Boynton and Delray were not closed pods. I don't know about all the 11, but the one you did mention was closed. But the others were not, some of them were not closed pods. So we would give you the phone numbers just like we're giving the phone numbers to everybody else if things would open. So there's, no, in my opinion, at this point, and in my opinion can change tomorrow, there's no reason to have our own list. And I would never have a list anyway because they don't make sense. What the county has learned, and we've all learned through this, is you have open and close. You have, just like Publix is doing, Friday morning, 5:30 is the next appointment. So anyone who wants a vaccination, get on the phone Friday morning and call. But They are just allowing for those appointments and they're closing. And it's just at an hour and a half later, it says all appointments have been taken. So there is software out there that I can get really quickly if that's me being emergency management, thinking about any contingency planning, that if something shows up tomorrow in a Yeti, I want a Yeti. If it shows up in a Yeti cooler, which it's very remote that's going to happen. Very, very, very remote. But if it does, because I've called Jupiter Hospital, I've called Fire Rescue, I've called everybody I can, that's me being diligent. If that happens, we put an email blast, we get the software to allow the 50 or 100 we get out there, and then we close it and say there's no more appointments. We also have told the county when and if they start mobile vaccinations, we want to be please put us on that list. And they said yes, but as you can see through the paper, there's a big need in the Glades because there's no Publixes out there. So these are the things we're working on very, very currently, but I don't see why we should open a list right now.
You'll be able to give your shots on the fly, you figure, before the vaccine expires?
Yeah. I don't have the 93-degree refrigerator, but they're never going to give us the Pfizer. They'll give us the Moderna, and that's just regular refrigeration.
I think what I'm trying to avoid is lines of chairs.
We will never, Dr. Alonso, who's our incident management, we're running this by NIMS, this is how we run emergency management. She's our incident commander, and she does not believe in people showing up without an appointment. So please do not show up to any place without an appointment. If you go to the Miami Marlins Stadium down in Miami, there's a line of cars there that you can't imagine to get a shot. But all of those people have an appointment, and they go through that list and they kick you out of the line if you don't have an appointment. So same thing with Publix, everywhere else. You have to have an appointment. That thing about, there's one shot left in the vial and all that, there's some truth to that, but they're not doing that. So they're not taking without an appointment.
Well, it is true that at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, if they have 40 vials left, they're going to pull people off the street, irrespective of age.
That's not the message they told us to tell you.
Well,
the message to tell you is do not show up please do not do that, because they're discouraging that. They don't want people just coming, because then there'll be people just going to everywhere, the healthcare district and to all the 67 Publixes. That's not the messages we should be doing.
So the practical answer is call Publix before 6 in the morning, because it seems to work.
You're teaching me something. I didn't hear that one.
That's important.
Okay, yes.
That's a good one.
But I would, the word I'm using that you didn't use, Dr. Katz, was vigilant. I want you all to, whoever's out there that wants this shot, don't sit back. Get on the phone and be vigilant and get an appointment. You will get it, because it's just a numbers game. It's 20,000 shots. And you are, basically, this is another important fact. People are scared. If I get the first shot and DeLand, I won't get the second shot. No, you're guaranteed to get the second shot in St. Augustine, DeLand, or I didn't hear the Panhandle, but anywhere in the state of Florida. So take any appointment.
When I looked at the data 2 days ago, Florida was actually the 10th best state in terms of percentage of people given at least one shot. And at that time, it was just over 6. So that was pretty high. I mean, that's good.
I thought we were number
10
one. I heard we're number 1 in seniors.
And 25% of our senior population has been vaccinated because...
State of Florida. The state of Florida, I'm saying, not Palm Beach County. The state of Florida.
Yeah,
we're number 2 in the county on amount of shots, but on a percentage, we're the highest.
So I guess what I'm saying is, as much as I think that this has been, I mean, you read the papers and it sounds like this is just crazy, and it is just crazy. But I will tell you that I think that the health district of Palm Beach County has done a very efficient job of going through the list that they inherited from the health department, and that the process, because I got my first shot, the process of going through it was smooth and efficient.
It is. And let me just say one other thing I forgot to correct too was Dr. Alonso and the healthcare district is not out of it. I mean, they're very busy. They do contact tracing. They're organizing so many other things, nursing homes. They're, you know, the governor's order to make sure that Kings Point and all the Century Villages, I think there's 2 of each, were vaccinated. That was direct from the county, but working through the state. So they're organizing all this stuff. It's an amazing process, and I'm pretty proud of what's going on.
But I'm still a little displeased.
Except for the
that
supply.
They wouldn't send, I am a little displeased that they wouldn't have the courtesy to put a representative on Zoom.
I understand.
And that's all.
I understand.
It's a little frustrating as a council to not allow our people to ask questions.
I understand. But I am your representative on the task force. My partner is Andrea. We've been through on all of these things 7 days a week, and we're working very diligently. I talk to people day and night, and I encourage you to call me if you have any questions, day or night. I will answer my phone.
To that point, Joe, if anybody has a neighbor, a friend, a family member in town that's homebound or
We'll do whatever we've talked to the family cares people, and they said they'll do, we first want to talk to them because we want to see what the issues are.
Right.
But our plan is if they need transportation, if they need help with a computer, we
that's
have,
something the staff can
we can
handle.
hand it off to the people there, and they said definitely.
Okay, so you can handle those calls. You also have a place to go for volunteers.
100%, we set that all up.
Excellent.
I do have public comment on this item if you're wanting to take them.
Peggy, did you have anything you want to add?
I did. Stuart, thank you for putting this on the agenda because I know our citizens want to hear about it. And I know that you've known about it since January 8th because we were at the same governmental affairs, and I know your lead on that particular one. So I'm sure you came to Joe like I did, and we had those same requests and concerns, is if we could piggyback with another community and what the distribution would be to our residents, because Dan Comerfield did say that he was working with Tequesta, Jupiter Inlet Colony was working with Tequesta. So we kind of, I think we hit Joe, on these questions because they are important, and Andrea was on that call also. I don't think that, it's interesting because no one can really do it better because we're at the mercy of the vaccine. So, and as we see, this is kind of a moving area where now the health department, it might not be giving us the vaccine, and now it's all Publix. But I will make a comment about going into the public site because my husband actually went in, I think right at 6 o'clock, and I went in at 6:08, and I got an appointment for him. I can't get an appointment yet, but I did get an appointment. I sailed through, and I don't know if it's because I put Medicare in there, but I was able to choose the pharmacy that he went to and everything. So it could be because of putting Medicare in there. Who knows? But you can choose your own pharmacy. You don't necessarily have to be at their mercy of where you go also.
It's a queuing system.
I've never got that far. I just got
Yeah.
Yeah, I might have been
QQQ.
lucky.
No, you're refreshed, and it's a queuing system, and it's,
The other thing I don't like about it is you have to stay, I mean, you or a representative has to sit there because if you get an option, it doesn't stay forever.
no, thank you. That's a great point too. I forgot to leave out. Yes, you have to sit there, and it's usually for an hour and a half.
And they do give you the second shot date also, just so
Oh, yeah.
everyone knows.
Yeah, that's working.
And I heard that was 1,000 vaccines to Palm Beach, by the way.
It is. It was.
They gave 1,000, Stuart. I know.
The mistake, it's all known as a mistake. They gave them 1,000, but Tequesta got 50. So it's this, so the mistake was 1,000. It was about Christmas time. Let's not we talk about that. It was a mistake.
Oops.
Oops. It was an oops.
Oops.
Jim, did you have
There's
anything?
a public comment, I think, Jason. Somebody wants to-
I want to hear if Jim has anything to add.
Everything's been said.
Okay, go ahead with the public comment.
Jim Ferguson?
Thanks to you all. That was an excellent conversation. I would just add, we know it's a supply issue, and we're all, I think citizens are very grateful for everything that Joe is doing and all of you who are trying to get this moving forward. However, I would say that the distribution system through Publix, where you have to wait 90 minutes just to find out that you can't get in, and you have to keep your iPad open, it cannot go to sleep, otherwise you lose your place. So sitting for 90 minutes, so far in my house, 2 days so far, just to be finding out that you can't get a place. Whereas I got my shot yesterday from the health district. It was impeccably organized. The staff were super professional. Fire safety people were giving all the shots. I was in and out in 30 minutes, and they contacted me and say, you can now sign up for an appointment. Click right here. Click. The list of appointments was right there. They were wonderful. So if there's anything you can do as a council to lean on the governor to say, could you please go back and at least give equal distribution to the health district? Because we know that they handle signups very, very differently. Thanks.
But I don't think we can. I think we're impotent, really. I mean, we should just admit it, that we can do nothing to change the flow of vaccine from the state. We can ask our legislators to do something, but the answer is all we can do is deal with what we're given. And that's why I said, I thought we should be proactive in case there's the rare possibility somebody arrives with a little baby of, 100 shots. And I thought we should try to partner up.
Nancy Lodis.
Nancy?
I just wanted to let you know that if you do get on the public site and you make an appointment for yourself, if you scroll down, you can make an appointment for someone else. So that might be helpful. And also, my husband and I got our shots and we went to New Smyrna Beach. So we chose not the first day available, but the second, because the first time when we got on the queue and then got kicked off. So I know it's frustrating, and I feel very fortunate that I got the shot, and I'm scheduled to get another one. And it was, it was great. When we got there, we checked in and they gave us both the shot at the same time, even though my husband's appointment was 2 hours later. So just if you get on there, make sure you're prepared to make an appointment for your significant other. And
Nancy,
I'm not sure how many additional appointments can be made, but I thought that might be helpful.
Now that option was not available through the health district. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
I have a question.
No, in the original one, they told you to put two names. They can put husband and wife on the emails. You could.
But on the input form that was transiently up there, that was not an option.
I don't believe so.
And that form has been suspended because they're waiting for another estimate of vaccine distribution, correct? So really, no one's enrolling people but Publix.
They're the only game in town, correct?
The only game in town.
Yes.
Nancy, I have a question for you. Do you have to go back to New Smyrna Beach for your second shot?
Yes, the second shot was scheduled for like yesterday I got the shot, and then I think it's the 23rd. So they already scheduled the shot for the 3 to 4 week period. Good luck, everybody.
Thank
you.
you.
I think the county has, despite the horrible way of registering people, I am been impressed by as much as people are complaining about the rollout, I think the county is doing a good job of rolling out the vaccine they have.
I agree.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jim, please.
One thing, I was also on the mayor's conference this afternoon, and the mayor did mandate that Publix for Palm Beach County is the only metro county in the state that Publix is the only distributor of the vaccine at this time. However, if the health district does get some vaccine, or the health department, it's going to go to the underserved parts of the county, the Glades, Pahokee, parts of Lake Worth Beach, Riviera Beach. That's where they're going to concentrate their efforts. It's not going to go out what I got out of it, not to the general public.
Okay. Have we exhausted this issue?
Yeah,
I think
thank
we
you.
recognize
I
it's
just think that this was a timely topic that everybody cares about.
Okay, next item on the agenda is the public hearing and first reading on ordinance number 736, the Florida friendly fertilizer use.
Len?
Yes, sir. Ordinance 736, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Juno Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 12 Environment of the Town Code of Ordinances by adopting a new Article 7, Florida-friendly fertilizer use, providing for definitions, providing for purpose and intent, providing for applicability, providing for timing of fertilizer applications, providing for fertilizer-free zones, providing for fertilizer content and application rates, providing for management of grass clippings and vegetative matter, providing for exemptions, providing for training, providing for licensing, providing for enforcement penalties, providing for codification, severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Thank you, Len. As Len mentioned, Ordinance 736 is the Florida-friendly fertilizer use ordinance. The creation of this ordinance came from some discussion by the Planning and Zoning Board and as part of the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, better known as NPDES. The town is required to monitor nutrient loading to water bodies. The goal here is to limit the nutrient pollution, which is the excess of nutrient loading to water bodies. The excess of nutrient in the water bodies creates excessive richness of nutrients and causes the dense growth of plant life and death of animal life from lack of oxygen. The three specific nutrients are nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Ordinance 736 provides sections that clarify commonly used words, permissible times for fertilizer application, fertilizer-free zones, fertilizer content and rates, application practices, training, and enforcement. In addition to the ordinance, staff will be focusing in an educational initiative to pass the word to our residents. We will be including the new regulations on the town's website. We will also include it in the newsletter, blast email, and more. We will also like to mention that that staff presented this information at the Pelican Lake Workshop, and it was very well received by the residents that attended that meeting. Staff is ready to answer any questions that council may have.
And the PNC.
And I'm sorry, and PNC earlier. Thank you.
Questions for Frank?
So Frank, at a high level, what this ordinance mandates is that for single families, it becomes a educational tool, right? For single families, these are guidelines. For duplexes and above, this is a series of mandates. Is mandates not a good word? I see.
It's the same across the board.
it's the same.
What other cities are finding is the mom and pops and the residents who do their own lawn service is just not aware, while the big companies who do the condos and the commercial establishments, they're aware of these issues,
But they're required to follow.
everyone has to comply.
Even single-family homeowners have to
100%.
must follow.
Yes,
Yeah.
unfortunately, there seems to be the biggest problem.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Yes, everyone has to comply, and we're going to do an educational program to educate everybody, because it's not only an environmental issue, it's also a economic, because you're just wasting money fertilizing during rainy season. So everybody should know, June to September, help me with the months.
Correct, yes.
June to September, you should not fertilize, because this year we got 100 inches of rain during the rainy season. So there's no reason. All you're doing is when you're fertilizing during that period, it's just going into our beautiful Pelican Lake.
Right.
So everyone should be aware there's a right time to fertilize.
But we're converting should into shall, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, it has to have some teeth in it. I don't like that part of it. I'd love to have it just an educational and everybody comply, but we're going to have teeth just in case.
Right.
Right, and if I could just butt in real quick.
Can we take these things off now? I think we're done, right, with the TVs?
Yes, I don't have any more
Caitlin?
presentations.
Are you behind a TV, Caitlin? Can we take these TVs out?
What I wanted to mention is that, yes, this ordinance is for everybody. The difference between commercial and residential is the licensing requirements and the training. That's where it is different between single-family homes and anybody that uses a professional applicator. And that is defined in our definitions and also in section 12-160 and 161.
Okay, and Frank, I know you mentioned it was presented to the Planning and Zoning Board or discussed at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, but they came back with a unanimous recommendation.
That is correct, yes.
Thank you,
Okay.
Joe.
Any further discussion, or do we have a motion?
Well, I have some, and I'm in favor of the ordinance, but Linda Frank, if you could quickly answer some questions that I have. Under 112-152, it says purpose and intent, it says prohibited application period, which would be
Where are you looking?
112-152. That's the June through September that was just mentioned, correct?
Correct, June 1 to
Also in
September
that
30.
section, it says fertilizer-free zones. What's a fertilizer-free zone?
So anywhere near a body of water, I believe is 10 feet near a body of
what
water,
that
you should
refers
not
to.
be applying there
Got it.
because it rains, that will definitely go into the water. And that's what we're
And then
trying to stay
I
away
have a
from.
question about that in a second. Who or what are the exemptions?
So if you have new, you just bought a new house, you're putting sod down, you have an exemption there that you can water new sod.
This is not water, this is fertilizer.
I'm sorry, fertilizer. I'm
Fertilizer.
so
They're
sorry.
in the next
There's
one.
two
Okay.
items.
That's the next one.
And then I'll get to a question on that in a second. I got it, Frank.
Right answer,
So
but wrong order.
12154 says no applicator shall apply fertilizers containing nitrogen or phosphorus to turf and/or landscape plants during prohibited application period of saturated soils. So anytime, who designates the saturated soils? Is it just during that time period? So that's just kind of a word we put in there?
No, it's a defined term.
We have a definition for it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's soil in which the voids are filled with water.
Yeah, it's not a good, thank you for bringing that up. It's never a good idea to fertilize when your grass or any
Standing
kind
water.
is standing water. Because again, you're just wasting your money and it's going to run off into the ponds and lakes.
Right. Does that need to be clarified? So we know during the rainy season, you're not to fertilize, but during saturated soils, is that something that needs,
We tried to keep this as easy as
Easy?
possible,
Okay.
Yeah.
but it's still 8 pages long. We're going to do our
Got it.
best to get
Okay.
a.
Right, that was one of the comments that we got from the Pelican Lake workshop, which was to create a one-page, if possible, flyer that we can pass around, that we can email. Staff will be working on that if the ordinance gets approved.
And then it also says whatever is labeled on the fertilizer bag. And I would think that the bag usage, a lot of times they allow you to use more fertilizer because that's a marketing thing. But I guess that's what it is, and that's what you'd have to define as the usage.
Yes.
And then on 12155, it says, that's where it says the 10 feet from pond, stream, watercourse, lake, canal, or wetland. I'm sure somebody's designated that as 10 feet being far enough away. When I think about our Pelican Lake, how does the town feel about that? Because 10 feet away, you still are getting runoff into
We have a long-standing practice that we don't fertilize anywhere near the lake.
anywhere
So
near the lake.
It's 30, 40 feet. I mean, the only place
Right.
we've ever fertilized is this backyard here. Everywhere around the lake, we do not fertilize.
And I've heard you say that before. I just wanted to kind of clarify that. Okay.
But there's a lot of communities that have lakes. So we want to make sure to educate all those communities.
Okay, and then in section 12155, it says you cannot fertilize your newly planted plants in only 30 days after planting. So can someone fertilize the dirt prior to potting the plants? Because it talks about newly planted plants, so they could fertilize before, and that's just something I just thought of, but
Yeah,
it doesn't need to be answered now,
It's
just,
never a good idea. I don't know what this thing says, but it's never a good idea to fertilize newly planted sod or plants. You're supposed to just water for a while.
It says 30 days after.
It's 30 days after. Thank you.
and then on 12156, it says, shall be a place to accept as provided. And it says unless a soil or tissue, this is B, 12156, unless a soil or tissue deficiency has been verified by an approved test. Let me read that again. So can you explain that one a little bit more thoroughly to me? 12156, number B.
Yes.
On the part that it says, unless a soil or tissue deficiency has been verified by an approved test, and how that relates to our residents.
So our definition of approved test is the soil test conducted by the University of Florida government or other commercial licensed laboratory that regularly performs soil testing and provides recommendations. So if they're telling us otherwise, I do need to do that. A professional has to tell us that. It cannot be the applicator. It has to be a licensed person. And from the research that staff perform is that I believe at least one member, in order to be a registered applicator, that works in the state of Florida, at least one member has to be trained and certified.
Yes.
That's correct.
And then in section 157, it states that an integrated pest management strategy recommended by University of Florida shall be used. Let me see where I had that at. That was number D.
D, okay.
Property owners and managers shall use an integrated pest management strategy as currently recommended by the University of Florida Cooperative Extension Service Publications. I just wanted to understand that.
I think there's just a coordination between pest control and fertilizer. There must be some standards that are promulgated by the University of Florida.
But that brings, yeah, okay.
Well, if you spray pesticide, you have to have a license on a commercial or a multifamily establishment. So they're saying you have to adhere to the standards.
Right. And like whitefly for your ficus trees and things like that, you have
Right.
to, you still have to apply the standards there. Okay. And then attachment number 2, I put down here, I'm a little confused on why a yard worker would be exempt. I'm not sure why I put that. Let me find that.
Attachment number 2?
Oh, yeah. it's
That's
That's
attachment
that
number 2.
glossary that I
Number two.
provided them,
Okay.
because we do reference a lot of Florida administrative codes, Florida statutes within the ordinance, so I broke down what those were.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
That's for the certification requirement.
Okay.
Yeah, that's,
All right.
The
and I-
certification requirements for commercial applicators.
Okay, thank you so much. That's all I had, but the educational program is absolutely excellent, Joe. And I think having the Civic Association perhaps, work with you on that might be a
takes
great
the
idea.
community, everybody.
Because I think we brought this up a year and a half ago, pre-COVID, and that was something that we wanted to talk about is, more of the,
Yes, you did.
okay, so that's great. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Well, one second,
Oh,
I
I'm
just,
sorry.
one or two other questions.
Jim, hang on, Stu.
And public
Jim?
comment.
On public
Frank.
hearing.
Overall, I'm supportive of this. I have two concerns. One is the training and the licensing. On the training, we have a commercial fertilizer applicator, and that's any person who applies fertilizer for payment, and they have to complete a 6-hour training program, which is their Florida-friendly best management practices for protection of water resources by the green industries.
Most,
You want me to do that one or you can do it?
you can jump in.
Okay.
They should already have that. We're not the first ones, we're not recreating the wheel here. This is the ordinance that you have in front of you is an ordinance that staff created with the help of, pretty much other municipalities because they already have something in there. We looked at the states, we looked at other municipalities. These are the requirements that other municipalities already have.
Comes from there's a model ordinance that the state promulgated.
Jim, your concern is very valid. The reason why we didn't jump on this in the very beginning, because every municipality that passed it early, this was the issue. This was the paper tiger, because where do you get the training? Who has to get training? There was no outlets to do this. But now that it's been out there for a while, now they know that these commercial contractors have to be certified. They know that. They know where to get the certification. We're going to get certified. At least Lynn talked about it. Maybe me. I don't know. You. Let's go to the training too, see what they're talking about. But that's when we call this a paper tiger. That was the reason, because people were calling me, did you pass it? How are you getting people to go to the training? And I'm like, we didn't pass it yet because we heard there's problems. But now it's pretty much everybody knows what they're doing.
Okay, and they're also.
Very valid comment.
They're also required to carry in their possession at all times when applying the fertilizer.
Exactly.
Evidence of the certification.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, here's my thing. A lot of the landscapers in Juneau, well,
It's just the mom and pops. All the big ones.
They don't speak English.
No, but they know who
I
the
mean-
supervisor is, and now the big organizations know this has been worked out. They say we haven't heard it as lately as being a bigger issue, but it's the mom and pops. That's the ones, somebody who just does 5 houses or that. Those are the people that this is going to be. Wow, so we're going to have to do 6 hours of training, and so yes.
How do we enforce this? Are we going to go around to landscapers and say, I want to see your certificate?
Our preference is going to be through education, but if we see somebody fertilizing between June and September, we're going to stop them and say, what are you doing? This is rainy season, and educate them. We don't want to fine anybody. We want to educate them.
Okay, what are the fines?
It's just standard code enforcement. So it'd be,
Did they go to special magistrate?
they go to magistrate.
If they don't adhere, if they don't follow.
But, that's
We're
once
gonna-
they've been educated and.
Right, we're going to warn them, we're going to educate them, we're going to see for repeat offenders. We don't want to find anybody. That's not our goal here. Our goal is compliance.
Always.
And I want to just point out that was my question, that 95% of this is new material, so where did it come from? And that's been asked and
Yeah,
answered.
it's a model ordinance.
Right. And then the other thing I wanted to point out is that 4 days before this went to planning and zoning, it went before the Pelican Lake workshop. And I've been touting that all along, that I think that having an informal discussion where the material gets first presented to the public, and actually there were some useful comments that came out of that, weren't there? That was a valuable session, in my opinion, and.
Thank you.
Okay, and it sort of took the Pelican Lake, it began as an ecological thing around Pelican Lake, but it really has application around the town as a whole. So I'm pleased to see that we really have effectively put into place a vehicle by which the public can interact with staff, and I think that's been one of our major achievements this year, overcoming that resistance. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I was going to make a motion.
We have to have public hearing.
We got to open it up to the public.
Diana Davis, 440 Sunset Way, representing Juno Beach Ecology Group, support ordinance for Florida-friendly fertilizer use.
Okay, was that the only public comment? We'll open it up for a public hearing if any other member of the public wishes to be heard on this. All right, there being none, we'll turn back to the council for any further discussion or a motion.
I'll make a motion to consider,
To
approve ordinance number 736 on first reading.
In discussion. Okay.
Go ahead, Jim.
Joe, I just want to make sure that we are going to do the education approach to the landscapers. We're not going to bring the hammer down on them, because a lot of these people.
I believe
don't
that
think
is
have
our
this-
approach with code enforcement in general. But this, for sure, we're going to put a lot of emphasis on this, because people don't know they're doing something that's not right. They don't understand it. So we're going to try to educate and make them help them understand what the ramifications of what they're doing.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Frank.
Thank you. Great job, Frank.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is the public hearing and first reading on ordinance number 737, the irrigation conservation measures.
Ordinance number 737, ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Juno Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 12 Environment of the Town Code of Ordinances by adopting a new Article 6, mandatory year-round landscape irrigation conservation measures, providing for a purpose and applicability, providing for definitions, providing for conservation regulations, providing for violations and enforcement, providing for variances, providing for codification, severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Thank you, Len. Ordinance 737 is the irrigation conservation measures. South Florida Water Management District, and I'll refer to them as the district, is the service provider for the town of Juno Beach, and they're a regulating body. This district is a regional governmental agency that manages water resources. Under the town's comprehensive plan, the town is set to participate within the district's program, and as part of Chapter 40 Echo-24 of the Florida Administrative Code, it is requested for municipalities within the district's jurisdiction to adopt an ordinance in accordance to the district's year-round landscaping irrigation conservation measure rules. Ordinance 737 provides sections that define commonly used words, conservation regulations such as prohibiting wasteful and unnecessary water use, permissible hours of landscape irrigations. It will be prohibited from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. except for new landscape repairs or low-volume irrigation. Even number houses will be allowed to irrigate on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sunday. Odd number houses are allowed to irrigate on Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. No irrigation on Friday. And the district may impose more restrictive restrictions, which have happened previously. This is a shorter ordinance than 736, and staff is ready to answer any questions that council may have.
By one page?
Slightly. I
By
would say
one
slightly
page. It is
shorter.
shorter.
And just for the council's edification, the district has been pressuring all the municipalities. The administrative code says that we should adopt them. They've been pressuring all the municipalities to adopt them. So I just did one in Hypalexo, doing one in North Palm Beach, the district. And matter of fact, I got an email today asking for a copy of Hypalexis, and don't you represent Juno Beach? What's the status of theirs? I said, well, funny you ask. It's going on first reading tonight. So there is a pressure to get this done.
That's what happens when you expand the firm.
No, that was already.
Okay, anything else, Frank? Okay, questions for Frank?
I did ask, I'd asked Frank a couple of questions today about how long this program has been in effect, and he said it's been here for some time, and we just haven't started an ordinance, as it sounds like a lot of the municipalities have not. And that was the other question that I asked him, is how many of our neighboring towns actually have water conservation ordinances? And it sounds like everyone's getting on board now, right?
Many already do, but
I'm looking at this, and it says emergency provisions, water shortage emergency provisions. I thought this was something at first that was going to go in on a daily basis, but is this for when they declare an emergency? No. This is on a daily basis.
this
So
is regular. If they declare an emergency, and that's what Frank was referring to, if there's drought conditions, then they can impose further restrictions.
further restrictions,
Yes.
right?
Baseline.
Mandatory restrictions throughout the whole year, but they can go further if we have a drought.
Yeah, it kind of sounded like it was only on an emergency
And
basis.
in all
when I
honesty,
read
the
this.
district really wants the cities to adopt 2 day a week instead of 3, but
Yeah.
there's resistance to that.
Yeah. And then how is the town going to police the wasteful and unnecessary water usage?
Again, this is pretty easy to spot because if it's even or odd and the irrigation's on, then
true.
that's not supposed to be.
Or if your
and-
hose
And
is just-
Friday, if you're watering on Friday, it's instantly, again, but we're going to try to handle this through education. We're going to try.
Right. So then we got Lynn out there looking for water.
Yeah.
She sees
Okay.
flowing
Thank
water.
Sure.
And I would point out again that this one also went before the Pelican Lake
Yes.
workshop. And
P&Z.
and I really think that the fact that we don't sit up here going over Ps and Qs and minutia a lot is because it's been through a couple processes. So
These, I don't believe these needed to go through P and Z, but we decided to go through both.
Not
Fine,
technically required, but
Yes.
one of the input.
I'm just saying I'm in favor of citizen input, and I think it has proven itself to be valuable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Frank? We'll open it up for a public hearing.
Diana Davis, 440 Sunset Way, representing Juno Beach Ecology Group. She is in support of the Irrigation Conservation Measures Ordinance.
Okay. And do we have any other member of the public that wishes to be heard on this? There being none, we'll close the public hearing. And any further council discussion, or is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 736 on first reading.
I can second that motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank.
Can't sit down. You're going to sit down?
Oh, the
I'm
animals.
done. Yeah, I don't
He's
know about
gonna
that.
lay that on me.
This is Len's time.
He's gonna lay it on me.
Don't
It's
go
all right.
far away.
Next item on the agenda is the public hearing and first reading on ordinance number 738, amending section 4-5 of the town code, keeping of livestock and poultry prohibited.
Ordinance number 738, an ordinance of the Town Council, Town of Juneau Beach, Florida, amending section 4-5, keeping of livestock and poultry prohibited of chapter 4 animals of the Town Code of Ordinances to clarify prohibited conduct, providing for codification, severability, conflicts, and an effective date. Well, it's shorter, so that's good.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
As the council is well aware, we have a little bit of a chicken problem, which is the impetus for this ordinance. So I have a little bit of a wild chicken problem in the town of Juneau Beach. And the reason why this ordinance in particular is coming forward, because the one case we did take to the magistrate, an issue arose whether merely feeding them was keeping them. Because the term keep was not defined and the magistrate wanted further clarification of what actually constitutes keeping. So we brought this ordinance forward because what this ordinance does, it says, feeding wild animals or farm animals is keeping them, or bringing them into the town is keeping them. Because obviously the intent is that we not have such animals within the town or fowl, except if there's like a petting zoo or something. So that's why there's the exception for that. And there's also currently, when the town's trapper attempts to trap them, he does use feed to trap them. So we also exempted out the use of feed as authorized by the town to trap any wild fowl or animal. But usually in this case, it's fowl. So really the purpose is to clarify that section as to what we mean by keeping, to sort of give us a better opportunity to prevail if we are able to bring a case forward again.
I must say I was rooting for the chickens.
What?
Well, I was stopping for chickens.
Oh, you're stopping for chicken. Well, don't stop. I mean,
but I appreciate the need for the ordinance,
Yeah,
despite the fact that I kind of was a chicken fan.
And people like you like the chickens until a rooster's living next door to you and crowing at 5 a.m. Then they're not so fun.
Oh, they're crowing because they're trying to get on the public
Well,
line.
they're exactly. All they want is that COVID shot.
And
they
the
can't get
problem is, it's not one, it's 30,
It's
60,
multiple, right.
130, 300.
And if you have a rooster and a chicken, well, golly.
I won't tell the story.
Caitlin, did we have any public comments on this? Okay. Discussion? All right, we'll open it for public hearing. Does any member of the public wish to be heard on the chicken issue? There being none, do we have any further discussion, or would somebody like to make a motion?
I'd be happy to make a motion to approve ordinance 738 on first reading.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'll support.
Can we just add that
Yeah, Joe wanted to discuss them. It
I'm
doesn't have to
sorry,
do the
Joe.
ordinance, though.
this is appropriate, Mayor, can I, for this? You want to do it, or you want me to do it?
Oh, please, go ahead.
Okay.
Like,
No,
I don't wanna
please, you
do it.
go ahead. We're going to do our best effort to round them up humanely but we've come to a point where we cannot utilize private property. One of our residents is not allowing us to do that anymore. So conditions have changed. So we're telling you all that we might use a pellet gun if we have to use it. It's our
On the owner or on the chickens?
No comment.
Well, right, that's a serious no comment.
Just want to make sure you're all aware that obviously that's approved to do that. These people are licensed to do that. We've talked to the chief, obviously, but
FWC as well.
if we have to, we want to make sure you're aware of it. And it's same with iguanas too. We're going to have to, we don't know what we're going to do in the future.
Frank, you added something else?
I just wanted to mention that FWC as well, gave us the okay.
They have no objection.
Right, they have no
No
objections, all the authorities. Just want to make sure you're all aware of it. That's it.
So I think
Well,
we
appreciating the need to get rid of chickens as well as all other animals named in this exhaustive list.
Pigs, cows.
I will support the legislation.
Sheep.
Thank you.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is the request approval from council for the police department to make a funding request to the Juno Beach Police Foundation. Chief Smith.
Good evening again. This agenda item really is all about requesting funding from the Juno Beach Police Foundation for a dual-purpose vehicle. The idea behind this vehicle we get a lot of requests for beach patrol and people's concerns about, landings and different things going on the beach in the evening in particular, but all day long. So anyway, the idea behind the vehicle would be that an officer who's on patrol, street patrol, and that's where we have to keep most of our officers. We either have 2 officers or 3 officers working any given shift, and it would make no sense to put one full-time on the beach. So the only time they ever do get beach patrol is when we happen to have an extra officer and we ask them to go down on the ATV, and the ATV works great for that purpose. But if we had this vehicle that they could use for regular patrol, it would be no big deal to drive down the ramp at Loggerhead and actually do, a patrol of the beach. They could go all the way down and back within, half hour. And if they got a call in the meantime, there's no switching vehicles, there's no switching equipment. This would be an equipped vehicle that they could now respond to the call for service. As of the September 8th meeting of 2020, council requested, had a consensus to have myself or the major come to council first before requesting funding from the Juno Beach Police Foundation. So that's why we're here to seek approval to make the request.
Jim, I remember you were concerned about projects that were both funded by the town and by the police foundation. You wanted it kind of an either or. Is that inaccurate?
Well, I spoke to Chief Smith about this, and basically, we can get it through the.
Police Foundation?
No, it's through the state contract pricing.
And we can get it through the state then at a much better price than the foundation could, and the foundation reimburses the town.
Yeah, most items I suggested to the foundation. I'd like to see them purchase it. It's a lot cleaner, a lot easier to do.
Yeah, I get it.
But in this case,
Okay.
in this case.
I don't think
becau-
that's Dr. Katz's question.
Okay.
I think Dr. Katz, you want me to get
No,
involved?
you paraphrase it.
It may or may not include, the donation may not include the equipment, and we might have to equip it, the vehicle, like a video camera is the most expensive thing, I believe. And we don't know where that's going to, so we made it very flexible in this memo. If they contribute, we're happy with any donation from the foundation, and thank you for everything you do. But if they just give us the purchase of the car, we're happy with that. But if they give us more, we can utilize it for the equipment. Does that answer your questions?
Yeah, it does. And I just want to be sure you're comfortable too, that
Right.
by the process.
I
And you're
am.
okay?
Yeah.
Well, if you're okay, then I'm okay.
Well, but
And just for clarification, the intention of the foundation on this particular item, because there has been some back and forth, there had to be a lot of back and forth to decide how we were going to do this. But I have not submitted my request yet, but their wishes were that they pay for the entire outfitted vehicle, less the police equipment. Which, like I said, I said I'd present that, and I understand where they're coming from. They're going to give us every option on the vehicle that we're going to need, and they just suggested that they think the town would be prudent to pay for the police lights, radio, and whatever police equipment we put in.
Camera.
Okay.
And you're comfortable with that too?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Chief, I spoke to you about, I have never seen a large four-wheel drive truck on the beach. I mean, I know we have heavy equipment on the beach, I get that, but I mean, I've never seen one patrolling going up and down, and is it going to be allowed during turtle nesting season? I mean, we're talking a big regular truck here, not.
Yeah, before we ever went down this road, we had checked with Jack Lighton before he left. And to our surprise, we kind of thought there might be an issue there. He was like, no, that'd be great. More beach patrol, and that was his attitude. And then since Jack has left, we've talked to Tim, who's now in charge there, and he had the same.
During non-turtle season.
No, they didn't have an issue during turtle season, only,
Really?
Well, I mean, they're out there in their own vehicles during turtle season, which I know they think they're
Well,
experts. but
I was surprised about that, to be honest.
Yeah, I thought it was, I didn't talk to them, so I don't know.
They didn't mention any restrictions whatsoever. Nor could they. I mean, they can't stop us.
No,
from these, but of
obviously,
course, we
well,
want to be
there's-
good
There's
partners
a
in
difference
this.
between patrol
Yes.
and emergency calls. So,
Yeah.
Obviously, emergency calls, they could not say anything. But
Right.
when it's patrol, the weight of a vehicle can have issues on nesting turtle eggs. So.
Right. And I believe the explanation.
Just circle back.
Yeah,
you know,
we will, but I believe the major is the one who spoke to Jack the first time. He said, well, we surround our nests with all the tape and everything. So
Yeah, they do a good
You'll
job.
know where to go and where not to go.
Yeah. But let's circle back just to double check. We will double check.
And I just want to mention one more thing. We're going to put restrictions on the use of the vehicle on the beach. One of the citizens, that, we had discussed it with, said something about, I'm a little concerned because it was actually one of the board members of the foundation. She was concerned because in the past, there has been accidents where beach vehicles have run over beach goers. It's happened down in Miami Beach. It's happened down in
Yeah,
Fort
it
Lauderdale.
happens, yes.
I'm going to put a restriction on speed. There'll be like a 15-mile-an-hour max speed on the beach while patrolling the beach, and also lights on all the time, which is also good for high visibility.
Just don't do it to me, chief.
Let me see if I have a clear understanding of the flow of finance here. You want $48,000 from the town's budget in contingency, right?
Up to.
Well, it is misleading.
It's misleading?
Why we don't say, just give us the truck and let them pay for it is because
Yes.
we can get the truck way.
That's what
cheaper-
I understand.
Cheaper than anybody. So whatever they give us, hopefully whatever they give us, we will purchase the truck with.
Okay.
But we have to, the whole expenditure has to come out of contingency because the other donation will be on the revenue side. So, but it offset, right. Yeah, it's okay.
So they give it to you, Joe, as a donation?
It's a donation, so it
To
doesn't.
the town.
It doesn't, so you still have to record the expense, so you
Right.
can't overexpend the budget, so you have to record it. That, it's just an accounting thing, and I apologize for that.
How much, so the town is looking at buying the police-related equipment, though?
Possibly.
And do we have a
I'm hearing
price on
maybe,
that?
yes.
Is there
More than
a full-
likely, yes.
And we can absorb that in our current budget.
What is the cost for that?
It depends. We still haven't decided how much equipment we're going to put in. There's some things where, because of the uniqueness of the vehicle, that we're not going to put in. I'm going to estimate somewhere around 10 to 12,000.
Yeah, just the camera is $5,000.
Yeah.
Just so you
The
know.
radio is another 3,500.
Yeah, so there's big ticket items in there.
And then Chief, the patrol, I think the main concern would be evening, nighttime, right?
Yes.
So they'll be available for someone to do it in the evening, or is this just a daytime?
This is going to remain a line car. Now, the one problem we do have with that plan is that we have a lot of people with take-home cars that are not going to want or probably utilize the truck, but we have enough we have new officers, we have officers that declined to be in the program. So we have enough officers where, my take on this, if we double or triple the beach patrol, that's a great thing. And I think we can easily do that. Myself, when I go out in my car, which is an unmarked police car. I would gladly, take out the marked truck and do some beach patrol myself because, I like to ride around. But again, it's the whole transition. Bring your car and get this thing out of the garage, wash it down when it's done. When you have one vehicle, it's much more convenient to actually go everywhere you need to go.
Right, okay.
Where's your entrance and exit for the vehicle?
Loggerhead Park would be the only entrance.
Yeah. On that type of vehicle.
Sorry?
On that type of vehicle.
Well, that's what I'm
There's
asking, yeah.
There's one here, but for ATVs.
Well, because it's a
Right.
larger vehicle.
Yeah.
Correct.
Chief, would this vehicle qualify as a take-home vehicle?
No. It'll remain here all the time.
Good.
I want one.
Okay, any further discussion? Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve a funding request for a dual-purpose 4x4 truck and equipment from the Juno Beach Police Foundation in an amount not to exceed $48,000 and to fund the purchase from contingency and the current police department budget for police-related equipment if necessary.
I can second that motion.
Okay, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Police Foundation, for your generous donation.
Yes, thank you so much. We love our police foundation, don't we?
Yes, we do.
I think there's a lot of supporters of the Police Foundation right up here on this panel.
Item 11 on the agenda, the audio-video options. Caitlin?
Thank you, Mayor. On Monday, this past Monday, Town Council had a workshop to discuss audio-video options that were provided to them. They gave consensus to have staff look into a few things. One of them was ADA requirements for our current process with closed captioning, which Town Attorney Rubin had addressed via email yesterday, sent out to council, that we are in compliance per the requirements. Staff also looked into option number 4, which consists of the 7 laptops and hardwiring, and received an estimate that should not exceed $10,000 for the 7 laptops, including the hardwiring into the dais for all 7 laptops. That's like the highest. The basic would be around 4,000, depending on using just basic Chromebooks with 11-inch screens. So for council, the size of your computers, if you want 11-inch to 17-inch, but it should not exceed the 10,000 amount. In regards to documents and the screen sharing, I have to retain all the records, so it's best to just send them to me and I will have them on your computer when you come in so that you can share and go at your own pace. That way there's nothing going in and out, it's just emailed directly to me and I have it for the records. Were there any additional questions that council had on this item?
Go ahead.
Hey, Caitlin, I just missed the extra 4,000. You said 11-inch to 17-inch. What was the additional 4,000? Because I thought you said it was under.
4,000.
It wasn't.
That was a basic. Basic, if we were just going with 11-inch Chromebooks, that Node Zero had informed me if it was just a basic little laptop, 11 inches, it wouldn't exceed like 4,000. But depending if we want to go with the Dell as a better version and a bigger screen, it should not exceed the 10,000.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So the concern, let me see, understand, the concern about private, one more, because we talked about this at the workshop, but the concern about the utilization of private laptops is that we might introduce a virus into the system?
I didn't circle back with Mark on that, but that was my recollection. It was a security issue.
And the same would be true if we brought a zip drive with.
Oh, yeah, no zip drives. Zip drives is very bad.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So that how can we
very easily
effectively share our screens?
Very easily. You email whatever you want to Caitlin.
Yeah.
And
then she make it available.
She can share it because you have to send them to her anyway because it's public record.
Okay, so that's a workaround.
Yeah, we'll make a workaround if this is what is
Yes,
approved.
I can make it available on your computer so that you can screen share at your own pace. It
I
will
see.
be available.
All right, well, that's a good workaround, frankly. Who wants to go first? I think that I got frustrated over time. I, like Jim, get overwhelmed by some of these menus of, transistor preamps and amps effectively. So I wanted to look at it from the other side around, from our functionality. And that's why I said the best camera is the camera, which is this far in front of your face, and a monitor, which is in front of your face, so that I can see you while I'm looking in this direction. That is my goal as a council person. So I look at it from a goals standpoint, not from a, what's up in the sky. I actually like what's up in the sky right now. I think the ability to go to a meeting 24 hours or so after the meeting is over. And Caitlin, you've put on the agendas right now that from 1 hour and 20 minutes to 1 hour and 40 minutes is this item. So
It's
even if
on
we
the
don't-
minutes. Yes.
Sorry?
Minutes.
On the
sorry.
minutes. So even if we don't have a hyperlink, that automatically jumps to it, the functionality really is there to review any little segment of material that one wants without having to go through multiple hours of time. So I love the fact that we have, a YouTube archive, I guess is what I would call it. And I realize there's issues about live closed captioning that we're going to have to deal with as opposed to delayed closed captioning.
No, there's no issue.
There's no issue with that?
No.
Okay, because that was an issue on Monday, wasn't it? That
Yeah.
we were-
Well, that was the issue that we need to look into, whether we were
Oh, so could
required
you
to have.
report on that? Because I'm not up to speed.
He sent Town Attorney
Yeah.
Rubin sent an email out yesterday, which was forwarded to council.
Yeah, which I missed.
I
Okay.
can present you with the
To
copy.
be honest with you, yeah.
There's no ADA requirement that all video be closed captioned. It's closed captioned on the website because the materials on the website need to be accessible by persons with disabilities. But if we get a request for accommodation, there's different ways we can accommodate it. Of course, for a hearing impaired person, closed captioning is one of those options, but we're not required every time we broadcast to be closed captioned.
So the laptop hardware solution is so much cheaper. And what I was going to propose is that we don't even have to run hardwire through the existing conduit for the test. I mean, we could just run cable right across the room to test it out and really decide its functionality. But if we can get away, rather than purchase 6 fixed cameras for over there to effectively provide the same function, I am a little concerned about the way we display inflow from our other people. I think if we had a waiting room that we could circulate through, that would be sort of a better idea for our public comments. You know, some places, I was on a Delray Town Council meeting where they allow audio files. They allow an individual to record a 2 or 3 minute segment, and then at the appropriate moment, then you allow them to, you know, present it. But nonetheless, I think that from a hardware standpoint, the cheapest turns out to be the best. Maybe we haven't tested it yet. I don't. There's in red here. It says, please note that with option 4, audio feedback may occur during meetings. But I thought our plan was to silence all the laptops and to continue to use this microphone system as our audio system.
Yes, you have to
Well,
internally shut off. And there was a video resolution issue as well, and a server issue with Zoom that had occurred during the test for that option when we use multiple laptops. Zoom, I'm sure, is going to adapt as they are recently to try to adjust any issues because their server has limited capacity when it came to video, where the freezing occurred when everybody was in the same room.
So I think from an action item, I would propose that we one day just, you know, lay some wiring out here and test the system and just see what it's capable of doing, because we've never done that.
We did it through Wi-Fi. We didn't.
Well, but that's the key. We want to.
We always better to hardwire. So yes, we never did the hardwire option.
And I do understand if we do decide to go hardwire, there is an existing conduit.
There's conduit right here. You see that phone? It's Ethernet. We have Ethernet here.
So just to pull wire shouldn't be a big deal.
That's why we put we don't believe it's a big expense. It's roughly $10,000. It's just whatever you would like to do.
And I think what Caitlin is saying is Zoom has adapted, you know, and grown a lot since we did that particular test on the site. And when we had those problems, the silencing of the laptops are going to help muting everyone, which I don't know if we were doing that effectively. This is during the test that we ran here. The town's web server is going to be down, not down, but it will be shut down for public use. And we have we went from what, 750 to 1080 speed? Am I saying that right? Right? They've upped the speed on our.
That's a resolution.
Yeah, that's a resolution.
Video resolution.
That's video resolution.
So what am I thinking of?
Yeah, that's okay. It's
750 BPIs, isn't it?
That's just the camera's resolution to high quality.
Okay, so what am I thinking of? Didn't they increase our speed?
No, that's bandwidth.
The bandwidth. What is the bandwidth that
The
I'm thinking
bandwidth,
of?
there supposedly was a cap, and now there's no cap. So
Yeah.
I thought there was a cap on it, that we were at a certain bandwidth, and I think we
So-
got that email, right?
Right.
Hang on.
It was resolved
But-
after the test.
But
It
we
was at the
did,
test, but it was resolved
but we
after.
did have all the laptops muted at the time, but we did see still a video issue with freezing like Rodney did. So again, I don't know where this is going. You know, it might be resolved in 5 months, 6 months. Zoom's got a lot of R&D money, but I can't just say it's going to work perfectly. So you might, if you decide to go in this direction, it wouldn't be a bad idea to try it, see if you like it. You know,
I think what you were referring to, Councilmember Wheeler, was Zoom's capacity was 720
Oh.
video
720,
resolution that
that's
was
it.
projecting to everybody else.
Exactly, I knew
That's what it
I
was.
call it young brain.
So it wasn't doing the 1080, it was the 1080, it was doing the 720.
Thank you, Caitlin.
So it went from 720 to,
Yeah, they can't,
No, it's still 720.
Zoom has a limitation on quality of the video. Thank you, Caitlin. And so
Thank you.
buying these sophisticated cameras, they're over the technological limits of Zoom right now. Right now, again, Zoom's got a lot of money.
So I think the difficult part is if we're testing some more, we still have to buy a laptop, right? We're looking at buying the laptops to test. Are we buying the laptops to hardwire? And do we need 7 laptops? Do we want to try 5 laptops to start with and make sure it works? So, how is the process if we are still testing? But I have to say that I think we're in a better position now than we were when we were testing it on site. How many months ago? 6 months ago, perhaps?
Young brain. I don't think it was 6 months, but I'm not sure. But again, we're not talking about, it's whatever you guys want to do, we can do.
Well, for me, it's end user functionality. And I think that the laptop solution provides the things that I want. And I think that's the best solution. It's the cheapest solution.
I just want to make sure I understand. I want to summarize what we're doing. We're going to keep the same camera that we have right now. We're not replacing a camera.
That's correct.
Caitlin's going to have the same laptop she has right now.
No, but that doesn't matter. We're going to upgrade her computer before this anyway.
That's included in the laptop purchase.
Yeah, but before that, her laptop is mediocre, to put everything in layman terms. So we're going to give her a buff here with speed and everything. That thing's grinding sometimes how much noise it's putting out.
We're going to keep the same Zoom platform with Zoom, YouTube, the captioning, still at $15 a month.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
So all we're doing is adding the laptops.
So one-time fee, it's one-time fee of setup of how many laptops you decide and the wiring. Either we can do wiring
They'll be
like
replacing
Dr.
laptops every few years. I mean, laptops just.
Yeah, that's true. They'll depreciate every 3-4 years. You'll have to buy new
Caitlin's
ones.
going to have the ability to zoom in on any one of us or anybody at the podium.
You're gonna have options. You can have the only option you will not have is, remember how Rodney and Rodna had that green around them?
Right.
You will not have that. So everyone will be on mute. So whatever we fix, which is adjustable, whatever matrix we come up with the grid system, that will be the look. And there's options. You can have me and Len as the overall picture, like that picture, bigger than you all, or you can have us all in 6 boxes. There's options there. But the only thing you're on a lot of Zoom calls now too, Jim, that the only difference is you see how people, the green comes up and you can see them talking. That will not happen. That can never happen because it'll confuse.
Which is a loss, actually.
It is a loss, but again, let me say not never. That was the wrong word. At this time, the technology is not there for that. Who knows what happens in the future?
How many laptops can our system accommodate?
That is the golden question. We don't, it's not our system. What Mark has told us, it's the limitations of Zoom's host servers that are out there in the cloud. When they come from one area, which this is one area. If we did this all in our homes, there would be no issues. But when they come from one area, there's sometimes limitations on, and he verified that through communications through Zoom. At this time, there is limits on the Zoom servers themselves.
The hardwiring, Jim, the laptops and everything hardwired would be made to be compatible with what we currently have.
It would.
If that's what you're asking, yes.
And Jim, as Joe said before, the R&D, because Zoom is improving all the time. And so it might have a few limitations. We do Zoom all the time in our meetings. A lot of us do. And I don't seem to have a problem, but I think it's also growing. I think this is the future in virtual meetings.
So Jim, did you want to? Okay. Just taking a step back and for the benefit of the public, this is something that the council's been discussing in any number of different ways, both with respect to hardware and software. I think months and months ago, we were still talking about proposals that could have gone into the multiple tens of thousands of dollars, even with some of the proposals here for new hardware. Multiple tens of thousands of dollars could have been spent. I think we've really, we've dug into it. We've asked the staff to dig into it repeatedly to look, at different vendors. We've got I think a preferred vendor was eNode, and they've had valuable information for us. Everything that's come back, and we've reached the point where it looks like to improve the remote or virtual nature of the meetings. We're looking at something that both in terms of hardware and hard wiring, we'd be looking at spending between $4,000 and $10,000 if it's something we're interested in. And I think to Peggy's point, we could do some testing first and just make sure that we're not throwing that money into the wind, and make sure we'll have a workable solution like it's been represented and presented to us. We spent several hours just this past Monday doing a workshop on this and hearing from service providers. We also had our town attorney investigate whether or not having the closed caption applied within 24 hours after the meeting was something that needed to be immediate versus a slight delay. And whether or not that was compliant with the ADA. And it would have been substantial expense if we had just jumped the gun and made a decision like that. So I think we've really done a good job with the benefit of staff's help, really trying to whittle this down to, is it hardware, is it software, and what combination could we use? So I like the prospect of a $4,000 to $10,000 range to make the improvements, and I think we're on the right track. And to Peggy's point, I would suggest we just do whatever we need to do from a testing standpoint to make sure that it's not a road to nowhere for some reason that we just haven't expected.
I concur 100%.
I do too. Peggy?
Yeah, the difficult part is, do we purchase the laptops then? And then hardwire it and just,
Well, now I have a consensus. I can give you some suggestions. I didn't want to get involved, so until you got a consensus. Now I hear a clear consensus. We can decide, the biggest factor now on the laptops is the size of the screen, believe it or not, because they don't really have to be that intelligent. What is that right there? Is that a 15 or 17? What is that?
The one in front of the mayor, 14 and a half? Oh,
That's
I
a
thought it was
14?
15. I thought it was 15.
I thought it was
15 is the
15,
cheapest,
17.
right?
Jim, did you bring your 17 with you? Come on, Jim. You didn't? Jim has a 17. Does anybody have a 17 out there? No, right?
Well, 15 is the cheap point, right?
Well, believe it or not, the
Smaller or
17s are
larger?
not that expensive because everybody likes those little ones today. The Macs and all those, but so the thing about size, oh, I'm not allowed to do that. Caitlin will yell at me. The thing about size is obviously if you have a 17-inch, the grids are bigger. So size does matter on this because if you have those small, but I wanted to put a 17 in front of you to see if you thought that was too big. That's why I said, Jim, did you bring your 17? Jim, come on.
Well, just to
Next
point
time,
out,
Jim.
those little monitors right there that were just in front of you.
Don't look at
they're-
those.
No, I know, but they're 24.
I know.
Yeah, and
So
those are very
those are
big.
monsters.
I don't really like those.
Does anybody have a 17 or 15? Okay.
No, I
see-
think 15 is the standard size. When you go smaller, you pay more. When you go larger, you pay more.
What size is the mayor?
Again, I don't think it's a money thing
Matt
here.
mentioned this was 15,
Yeah,
and you're talking
I don't think
about-
there's a 16. There's 15. I'm not an expert, but I think there's 15, 17, and smaller, and 13.
11.
13, 15, 17. Thank you,
For
Jim.
test purposes, can you use any computer?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
why don't you just pull some from upstairs, and when we do a test, we'll just
Yeah,
use
we
those?
can round up 4 and, we'll borrow Jim's to show you a 17. And to show you what's the difference. To me, I think you'd want a bigger screen.
I don't think you want to hook Jim's into the system because
Jim's is the, yeah.
I mean, seriously.
Yeah, Jim is a
not that I
problem.
expect
Yeah,
Jim is-
whatever, we'll figure it out. But
I mean, if you
you-
wouldn't
you-
allow us to plug out.
But if you want me not even to buy a laptop and just round up laptops, I'll do that and put the wiring on the ground and we'll try it. If that's what your options are, or do you want me to buy something? I think the size on a screen, it definitely makes a difference because if you're looking at a little grid, you want a 17, in my opinion. But I wanted to see a 17. Am I blocking anybody? Because I don't want to, right, or anybody.
I also just wanted to mention, I think why we had stated up to 7 laptops is because there are 6 P and Z members. So if you're conducting the meetings the same, there's 6 P and Z members and could be up to 5 council members.
Young brain again.
that's great.
That's a good
Caitlin,
point.
thank you.
Young brain again. Very good point, Caitlin. So yeah, so there might, but let's take baby steps. Let's just do us and see, that's what I would recommend. And put the wires on the ground and see if you like it. So let's just do 4 for the next meeting and see how you like it. Because one of the, Len and I don't have to have one. I think you're fine, right? We don't have to have one. We can. Up there. Right, look up there. And when we're sitting, when we're back on the dais one day, please God, we can see that very clearly as the mayor can, the big screen when you're on the corners.
So Joe, we have staff in other offices here on their screens.
Right.
Correct? Because we can't have too many people in the room. So will that interfere? Would that be an interference that we would not normally have? And is there any way to get them we can't get them into the room because then we limit our participation by the citizens.
Staff usually watches the YouTube, not the Zoom.
But it is a drain on the internet.
Oh, the drain, I see.
She's right.
Right.
So
we're not getting
But again,
a
that's a
clear-
covert issue, so let's not plan things because hopefully COVID concerns will be gone.
I think the request would be just to have them shut down their systems.
Yeah.
And, so
Again,
that we're
for
not getting that
for the
interference.
test, we will have them shut down, of
Right,
course.
right.
Yes.
Okay.
You want, I think are you okay with that plan? We'll do hardwiring 4 laptops for next meeting and we'll try it out.
The only other consideration is the age of the laptop also, because purchasing newer laptops are different than having an old laptop that somebody's had for 5 years. So it could cause a problem where there's really not a problem. But I don't know how to get around that.
I think we're just using the 4 laptops for consensus for the next meeting, just to test it out in regards to if we get the audio feedback and the hardwiring and how it works with the video resolution and
Right,
stuff.
okay.
And then I believe
But
you can
her
make the
point might be
decision
right. If we have a better computer, it might.
newer to adapt to the hardwiring
Right.
too.
It might be an issue. So we'll think about that. But worst case is we have to buy 4 laptops for a trial.
Okay, you have the consensus you need?
I
or-
think I got the consensus. Len's agreeing with me. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay,
Good?
all right. Next item on the agenda is the discussion on the Waterford's annexation petition.
Oh, and we got it in plenty of time. We flew through our agenda. That's great. Okay, I brought this up because I think there has been substantive changes in this that ought to precede our consideration of annexation next month. We voted on this in August, and I think it was an interesting vote because as much as this council is often portrayed as having sort of a block at that end of the table and a block at this end of the table, there was a very interesting vote. I mean, Jason and Peggy voted yes in favor of the annexation. Jim and I voted no, opposed to the annexation. We both had different and specific reasons why we did what we did. I think that there's a false rumor running around in the Waterford that I don't know whether it's internal or whether it's being sort of fanned from the outside, but Jim, you and I are being portrayed as the enemies of the Waterford now. And Jason and Peggy are being people who we the Waterford people. This is a petition that I heard was going to be put together. We the people of the Waterford support candidates who support annexation, and we oppose candidates who oppose annexation. Now that was being prepared to go out. It was at the resident advisory committee kind of level. I had a conversation with LifeSpace management, and I want to put that all into perspective. So the question I want to ask of everybody is, can you very briefly clarify where you were in August and what have you done to sort of work on this issue between then and now, or is it just kind of let's wait for them to come back to us with something? Because let's start with whoever. Jason, you voted yes. Why did you vote yes? And have you done anything since that time?
I think my comments I'm going to stand by my comments at the August meeting. I think that I voted yes, but I also had clear instructions that I had some certain concerns. and I expressed those concerns. I thought I was very clear with those. There's a record. I don't have any petition in front of me. I don't have any application in front of me. We don't have the applicant here. I'm not a fan of, this has come up before where and I think it was with respect to the US 1 and Donald Ross and a prospective new owner, and you were asking questions about where does everybody stand. I'm not prepared to decide the issue before I have an application in front of me.
Well, it's the same application as last time. I mean,
But
that's
you
not
don't,
being
but,
changed.
but you don't know that.
Well, I do know that. You were quoted in the Post as saying, from my perspective, I don't want to just hear a willingness to listen. I want to see some effort to make some outreach to address that issue with the green space. Have you made any outreach at all personally?
That's not what I was referring to, and I don't know that.
Well, I'm just quoting, you
I-
said
I-
you were quoted, so
Well-
I'm quoting you.
Well, you're quoting the Palm Beach Post. You're
Yes,
not
I am.
quoting a transcript of what was discussed at our meeting.
Okay, well, that's fair. So could you paraphrase?
I think it speaks for itself, and at the same time, I would go back to the transcript itself. And
In 20 words or less, can you please tell me why you voted yes?
no, I'm not going to go and rehash
All right,
something
no
that there's a
problem.
clear record
Jim,
on.
you vote, fine, that's acceptable.
But to the extent that you're asking about something additional that I asked or an instructive or suggestion that I gave in addition, I think I was very clear about what that was. I don't know whether or not a quote in the Palm Beach Post accurately captures everything that I said or how I said it.
I'm not trying to be divisive. I'm simply asking you, if you were very clear on the record, if you could just summarize in one paragraph why you voted yes.
Yeah, and I think it was more, the issue that I'm bringing up had more to do with whether it was the green space or how it could have been, how the applicant could have presented things in a way where they could work and be good neighbors with the Pleasant Drive neighborhood. And that was really where my suggestion
All right, so what I'm asking you right now is I'm quoting from the Palm Beach Post. It says, I want to see some effort to make outreach to address that issue with the green space. And my question to you is, have you personally made any effort to deal with that, or are you waiting for them to come back?
It's not my effort to make.
Fine, okay,
Now,
that's fine.
that said, I understand there was efforts last night for the two sides to have
Yes, there
discussions
were.
with one another. So I am not quite sure what you're trying to get at.
Okay, well, that's fine. I mean, I've asked the question, you've answered it. Jim, you voted no, or I voted no. Why did you, and Jim, at the end of the meeting, to his credit, felt an obligation to explain succinctly why he voted no. Could you tell me why you voted no at the time?
Well, I voted no because I hadn't spoken to or met with LifeSpace for over 2 years. I didn't know what they were going to do with the property. I heard a lot of rumors as far as they were going to knock down the skilled nursing facility. They were going to put up a high-rise building, which was going to include a parking garage. But these were all rumors.
We had a site plan. We were given a site plan.
And, well, no. And, I really didn't know what they were going to do with the
I
property.
understand.
And that was one of my concerns. My other concern was, how are they going to deal with the park on Pleasant Drive? How are they going to accommodate the residents, or weren't they? And I didn't have that answer.
Right, I understand.
So for those two reasons, I voted against it.
I fully understand, and I also voted no. Peggy, you voted yes. Why did you vote yes?
I did it because it was a policy decision. It was on an annexation only, and it was not an approval of a right-of-way abandonment. It wasn't a development, new model development approval. So it was just a policy decision, and I felt because of that, that's why I voted yes. And I have spoken to LifeSpace. I spoke to Karen Marcus. I was trying to help facilitate working out any type of joint agreement that they could come together and maybe find a way to do a park to do some of the things that I know Pleasant Ridge was concerned about. So I did make that effort. Nancy, I wasn't able to get a hold of Nancy like I had mentioned that I would. So, Nancy and I have talked since just recently, and I know that we're going to try and get together also.
Okay, that's great. So I was quoted in the Palm Beach Post, and I thought it was very accurate that I voted no because I thought that Waterford did not have clear title to the Osceola right-of-way. And that came out of discussions that I had with Len Rubin. And there was a theory called the cloud of ownership, which Bob Banks has talked about. You're better than I am at expressing this. Can you give a 30-second on that one?
Well, so what is referred to as the park is a platted right-of-way. So it was platted for right-of-way purposes, but it was never approved for right-of-way purposes. But it was dedicated to the public. So when a plat has a dedication to the public, really the the owners of the adjacent property really own to the center line of that easement. So if it's ever abandoned, that's why the property goes to the adjacent property owners. So what the Waterford was bringing forward was a petition including that easement that would need to be abandoned at some future time, or I mean, the Waterford was going to request that it be abandoned at some future time.
That's my understanding, and that came out from a couple of hours of couple of phone calls, right, Len? You 3 or 4 times we talked about this.
We did talk about it a few times, yes.
Okay, so the key question I asked Mr. Oyer, I thought at the August hearing, had to do with whether or not the Waterford had clear title to the property, and Mr. Oyer said he would not want to write a title insurance policy on the location. So what I wanted to see, I thought the bad actor here was the county, because I thought the county was reluctant to release the Osceola right-of-way, which they, in my opinion, should have released. Now, Bob Banks did say that the county wouldn't object to us annexing the property and then subsequently releasing the Osceola right-of-way, and that's perfectly reasonable. However, my thought was, to protect the rights of to protect Juno Beach as a whole, it was better for the county to release the Osceola right-of-way in case there was a legal action or friction against an entity annexing a property that did not have clear title. Now, as to whether or not that was going to be a successful lawsuit or not is very unclear to me. But I will tell you that what mitigated some of my concerns was the fact that there's been a new rule passed that in the event of frivolous litigation on that side, or litigation in this issue, that the losing party pays both sides. So that even if we were dragged into litigation over whether we should have accepted this subject to the easement or not, I think the legal concerns of Juno Beach are significantly less now. And frankly, this is political theater. I asked Maria Marino directly, does the county have a problem releasing the Osceola right away? And her response to me was in the double negative. She said there's absolutely no reason why the BCC should not release the Osceola right away. And that's not the same thing as saying they will release the Osceola right away. I think the BCC I think Harvey Oyer doesn't want to go before the BCC. I don't think the BCC wants Harvey Oyer to come in front of them. They would much rather have a hearing in this room where we take in we annex the property, and whatever flack there is in this room. Frankly, at our August hearing, most of the concern, 90% of the concern was about the site plan. The issue of annexation, well, I would say, the business about annexing property that was previously was private homes, that's all was a reasonable consideration. But it's clear that the Waterford now own those properties. They own the Osceola right-of-way, but it was still subject to an easement. Is that legally stated reasonably?
Subject to a public easement, correct.
Okay. So that's the reason why I originally opposed the Osceola right-of-way. It had nothing to do with the site plan. It had nothing to do with the zoning, although the zoning probably follows the only one which is really the critical one, and that's the one for Jim and I, was what's the site plan? I thought we had already received SP1, or concept drawing number 1, before the time of August. But that wasn't really on the agenda. It was just whether we were going to annex the lands or not. So I want to tell you what I have actually done since August. I mean, first of all, what I've said to you just now was put in a letter that was sent out in September 10th. Caitlin forwarded to everybody on the council. So my thoughts and vision were made very, very clear at that point. I tried to communicate that information to the Waterford, and I feel it was blocked. I felt that anybody who had signed a petition to say, I'm in favor of annexation at the Waterford, that I should have the privilege of having my letter go to them. And my request to Scott Neld was, please send this letter to all those individuals. And frankly, from my standpoint, I would like my letter to circulate widely, because I really don't like the fact that there's sort of an underground sense right now that because I voted against annexation in August, that I'm opposed to annexation. So I maintained a telephone cable, just a tin can phone line with Harvey Oyer over the course of the fall. I've, over the course of the last couple of years, established an independent relationship with Harvey. And I did it through the Forum Club, where he's the president, and we voted to send one person to the Forum Club. Harvey and I have become close. He said for 2 months he hadn't heard back from the Waterford. He didn't know whether they were going to pull out and decide that they were going to move to 441. Something happened in December, and it was odd to me that it happened in conjunction with our qualifying period. But around December the 15th, Harvey called me up and asked me if I was interested in having a Zoom meeting with the CEO and CFO of LifeSpace Communities. And we sat for about an hour, and we talked about the concerns of the Ocean Trace community with massing on the western side. We talked about the concerns of the Pleasant Ridge community with parking spaces on the south side. We talked about the size of the project. We talked about what I wrote in my letter, that if you're using a single campus solution, it needs to be scaled back. It needed to have density moved to the center of the structure. I mean, this was a give and take discussion. It was a fruitful hour on the phone. By the end of the day, I got a phone call from LifeSpace in Iowa that they were going to fly here the following week. And about exactly December 21st, we had a dinner meeting where we sort of went through all these things and came up with a blueprint for what might work. I mean, what might provide the needs that the Waterford must have to be sustainable. The Waterford must have assisted living and they must have memory care, or they're a non-sustainable business. I won't go into the details right now. We'll deal with it month by month, phase by phase. But we also talked about the Waterford as the dirty political secret of Juno Beach. There is a brand new management team at LifeSpace right now. They came on board, say, 12 months ago. Jesse Jensen, the CEO, was hired early last year. So, what happened 20 years ago, and when the council, under basically the same circumstances that we have right now, voted unanimously against annexation, it's a different sort of time right now. What I asked LifeSpace to do was to come back to us with a site plan that would solve the needs of the LifeSpace, solve the needs of the Waterford, but at the same time respect the valid concerns of Ocean Trace and of Pleasant Ridge. And they listened. I mean, we were negotiating heights and floors and take a floor off this, and all I was trying to do was to establish a blueprint, something that we could bring to the council that would be a better place than we were at where we were in August. And I think that slowing this down, giving everybody a chance to sort of think about things really was productive, because we effectively had a summit meeting that I had not seen until yesterday, the plan that was put up. But I was sort of tickled pink that the things that I had asked for were addressed in that site plan. So I told Harvey and I told LifeSpace as of December that I appreciated the concern about political theater with respect to Palm Beach County. And I said that now that I feel that there is no substantive, financial, legal friction risk to Juno Beach, that I was prepared to adopt the annexation and to switch my vote on annexation because they were going to present a better plan. And we've seen it now, and LifeSpace wanted to come forward with this in February, and I believe that's when Harvey's going to be bringing the whole package on just annexation. But he probably will be showing the site plan that he showed us. They were showing it to their own residents. I mean, I look at this as the old-fashioned, this is what we should be doing as a town council. I mean, we really should be communicating with our businesses and trying to solve these problems. So I'm tickled pink that this is happening. I'm here to announce that I'm switching my vote. Frankly, I'd move that we accept the same resolution that we were going to put in August right now. So I would move that where's the language from it?
We don't have an application, so we can't do that.
I appreciate that, but nonetheless, it's not clear to me that I can't just make the motion. I'm going to make a motion that we approve ordinance number 723 for first reading on the Waterford's request for voluntary annexation.
We've got a public comment. Nancy, would you come up to the? Hold on, just come on up.
Mike.
Nancy Lodice, Pleasant Ridge Property Owners Association. You are wrong. You can't make a resolution tonight. This has to go back to Palm Beach County Planning and Zoning. That is the rule, and you can check with that. So for you to try to move forward with annexation without our community even being properly notified of it, I'm horrified. Couple things. I mean, the Waterford is claiming that they need to be viable. Is that your responsibility, their viability? What about our neighborhood? And going back 20 years, were you here 20 years ago?
I was not.
Okay, were you here 20 years ago, Peggy Bill?
I was.
I know you were here, but Jim, but you were not on the council. Were you a resident?
It's going to be a close call. I think I've got 18 years.
But Nancy, I will tell you that I've read the transcripts of everything that occurred during that period of time. So I was not here, but I believe I know the history.
Well, I would like to leave for the council to be distributed. These are all of the newspaper articles from 20 years ago.
Okay.
The point I want to make tonight is 20 years ago, when the Waterford came forward, they covertly bought properties in the middle of our neighborhood. Then they wanted annexation with a parking lot and a maintenance building. When we found out about it, we were like, what's going on here? So, at the time, the Waterford had Jim Corbett as an attorney. I don't know if you are familiar with him. Some of you probably are.
Dan,
Okay?
it's Dan, right?
And he told me back then, and it is in one of these newspaper articles, that the Waterford needed to expand the so-called continuum of care, okay? That was 20 years ago. I stood before you in 2008.
2000 what?
2008.
8.
The Waterford wanted to do an expansion of their healthcare center, okay? I stood here and I read into the record that we supported whatever was good for the Waterford residents, because they are our neighbors, and did no harm to the Pleasant Ridge community. We supported it. And what did the Waterford do in 2008? They expanded the healthcare center to take in outpatient therapy. They made their parking problem worse. They didn't address, they could have done structured parking. They could have done these things in 2008. So now they just waited out, and now they're coming. And yes, Last Thursday, the Waterford, Mr. Neild, reached out to me via email. I didn't answer him because I was out and about. 2 hours later, he's knocking at my door. Okay, that's not appropriate. That is not appropriate. Okay? And he set up a meeting for last night, which I could not attend because I had my COVID shot to go for. So
Congratulations.
the people that did attend on short notice, okay, it's not a site plan, it's a conceptual drawing. And I ask you, I plead with you to not allow a conceptual drawing, an annexation to occur and without a site plan, because they're telling, we need, what do they need? What is the density? I mean, I've already been told that there's a change in the density for the Waterford. So they're no longer commercial office, 30 units an acre. It's now like, I don't know if that was approved yet by the DEO or not, but they're 22 units an acre. And then that's supposed to be compatible with our neighborhood. The conceptual plan and the feedback that I got from the attendees last night was not so favorable. I mean, the two-story building, it's very dense. The right-of-way, which still, okay, there are still questions, legal questions about the right-of-way. I disagree with what you've said. Some of the stuff, yes, there's some validity, but we certainly have been using that right-of-way since the inception of the neighborhood. So we have prescriptive rights, and it is, it's necessary for us to have green space. Whenever you approve any new development, you need green space. You're required now for green space. For us, that's our meeting area. That's where the kids go for a safe place. So, the conceptual, them reaching out, yeah, that was the first step. But for me, it was like a little bit too, a little too little too late. And it's a conceptual plan. It can be changed. I mean, and I emailed them a month ago and they never answered me. They don't want to come and meet in the neighborhood. They don't want to
Nancy,
understand.
we've given
I'm
you-
sorry.
No,
I'm going to wind it up.
You've
But,
made a number of points and
I'm passionate about Pleasant Ridge. Not so much for myself, but the younger people in the neighborhood. And I know some of my neighbors and friends are here to speak as well. Thank you very much.
Thank
for
you,
giving me
Nancy.
the time.
Thank you, Nancy. Nancy,
Caitlin.
I appreciate your passion, and I will say that in the concept diagram that I saw, and one of the points that I pushed at both the first conversation I had with the LifeSpace people and at the dinner we had, was that the LifeSpace community needed to build a park for the benefit of Pleasant Ridge. In fact, I wanted that park open on both sides so that it would be a common space that could be used both by the residents of the Waterford and by the residents of Pleasant Ridge, but it turns out that a lot of people in the Waterford actually wanted to just keep it for Pleasant Ridge only. That's my understanding at the time. But we will have a full hearing on this probably in February. The point I wanted to make is that I felt that my position had been misrepresented on this. I'm not sure about Jim's position, but when I go to the Waterford, I'm hearing a lot of false stories. Frankly, I'm hearing a lot of stories even over in Ocean Trace, that if I support this project, then they're going to hate me.
I did also receive some public comments through the web forum.
Okay, Caitlin.
Ann DeSouza, 1809 Ocala Road. As an attendee of the hurriedly requested meeting last night by the Waterford LifeSpace representatives, I am strongly opposed to moving forward with an annexation proposal based on the conceptual design that was presented. Thank you for your consideration of this request. 20 years ago, pocket annexation was not allowed and should not be considered now. Charles Hollings, 2084 Radnor Road. As a board member on the Pleasant Ridge Property Owners Association, I was in attendance at the meeting last night between the Waterford Development Team and Pleasant Ridge. While the meeting was constructive, I am adamantly opposed to annexation moving forward based upon the conceptual plan shown to us at a meeting that was scheduled on very short notice. Details and commitments must be in place before anything else proceeds. Eileen Slagter, On behalf of myself and many residents in Ocean Trace, we are very disturbed that the Waterford has not contacted us to present their next proposed expansion plan and now see that they are on the agenda for tonight. We met with them via Zoom, April 28th, 2020. On that Zoom, they expressed their desire to maintain a good relationship with us and keep the lines of communication open. That was 9 months ago, and we have not heard nothing. The Waterford has made no effort to forge a relationship with the Ocean Trace community. They met with the Pleasant Ridge community last night. Why were we not included in that meeting? We find their behavior to be inappropriate and disingenuous. Although tonight's topic on the expansion is strictly a discussion, we firmly request that a rendering on how the Waterford intends to expand to be presented to Ocean Trace prior to a vote on annexation. It is the right thing to do. Thank you. Lorene Casassa, 1782 Circle Drive. The Waterford's petition to annex the residential parcels within the single-family neighborhood of Pleasant Ridge is vehemently opposed. The 7 lots in question are centrally located along Pleasant Drive in the heart of this unincorporated neighborhood. This petition serves as a direct attack on the quality of life and future survival for the residents of Pleasant Ridge. This same petition has come before the town council before in 2001 and most recently in August of 2020. Both times this annexation petition has failed and will not serve as a mutually beneficial development for the overall community. There will be lasting and devastating ramifications that the residents of Pleasant Ridge will have to deal with for years to come. Denise Metzger, 1821 Ocala Road, Pleasant Ridge. The only true question to be answered is why is this again a matter for discussion? Those with any historical familiarity with the Waterford's attempt hostile taking of Pleasant Ridge. Those who have done due diligence in reviewing Juno Beach's own records know the issue was decided unanimously 20 years ago in Pleasant Ridge's favor. Norma Casassa, 1788 Circle Drive. I strongly oppose the Waterford's petition to annex the residential parcels within the single-family neighborhood of Pleasant Ridge. The 7 lots in question are essentially located along Pleasant Drive in the heart of unincorporated neighborhood. This petition will permanently and negatively impact the quality of life of Pleasant Ridge residents. This same petition has come before the council in 2001 and most recently in August 2020. Both times this annexation petition has failed and will not serve as a mutually beneficial development for the overall community. Those are the comments I received.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Any additional public comment on this?
Good evening. I'm Charlie Hollings. Those are one of my comment cards read. I was at the meeting last night, and even though it was probably more constructive than anything I've heard to date, it was still over and over we were told it was just conceptual. Now, we just went through this with the Lennox development, and after everything was agreed upon, then things were changed. And that's why I said details and commitments have to be gotten from life space people before we agree to anything. It's that simple. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is on the agenda as a discussion item.
Yep, no, that's fine. And I just, so we can conclude the discussion. I think that having this, obviously we have a very controversial issue on our hands and we have an unusual alignment on first vote. I'm telling you that based upon my conversations with life space communities, that I'm prepared to support annexation. We have a much better site plan to serve as the beginning point for our discussion as a council. And I thought that's the old fashioned way of doing business. So I'm tickled pink, but I feel that my position has been grossly misrepresented at the Waterford. Waterfront and Waterford, but the Waterford. And I just wanted to make it very, very clear this evening that I like the concept of a compromise plan that takes into account all the stakeholders' needs, and I think we're getting that.
Okay. Any further discussion?
There's not a motion on the table, right?
No, there's no motion.
The only thing I would say is, Nancy, it sounds like some of those letters that were coming in were, they didn't realize that you had a meeting last night, and it was probably just short notice for everybody. But
could you step up?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, Nancy, what I was going to say is I just heard somebody say they hadn't spoken to anyone for like 9 months. And so what my only comment was is, you know, I know as this goes forward, I'm sure we're going to hear a lot from Pleasant Ridge. And so that was my only comment. It sounded like some people had responded early, but you guys did have a meeting and everybody's
Okay.
probably aware of that now,
I
right?
was not available for the meeting. Charlie Hollings was at the meeting, Lauren Casassis, Norma Casassis, Eric Casassis. And their comments were based tonight on that meeting because it's a conceptual plan. And we are opposed to annexation on a concept. It's like their wish list. They need, I understand, if anyone understands about the care for the elderly. I cared for my mother in my home for 3.5 years and couldn't do it anymore. I understand the need for memory care. And they could have addressed this a long time ago, but you can't just give them annexation and then carte blanche and then they're going to come to you. How many times has their original PUD been changed? Look it up. I mean, we did back in 20 years ago. I mean, the Waterford needs this, they need that. And yes, I understand they're the biggest voting bloc, but in the court of public opinion, annexation, a piecemeal annexation, it is for commercial incursion is not looked at very kindly by other neighborhoods in your future annexation area. So.
Okay.
But would Pleasant Ridge have any interest in global annexation? My understanding was the answer was no.
Okay, granted, with the history, you know, we're very leery because of the history of the Waterford 20 years ago and then the annexation. Yeah, if you could say, okay, the neighborhood would annex in and you wouldn't allow any commercial type uses, yeah, then we could go there. But then the Waterford is, you know, they already bought the properties, they tore down 7 perfectly good homes. And so they're like, oh, well, you know, these are vacant lots and so on and so forth. No, it's, I understand it's a difficult situation. I understand that completely. And I understand that there, you know, we had mediation 20 years ago, and we gave viable options. And the Waterford, oh, we'll have, you know, we'll see. They walked away from the mediation and sent a letter the next day that, you know, it was unreasonable, blah, 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 blah. I can give you those mediation papers to look at as well.
I have those, yes, and I read those. I think look, the purpose of this was to say this is coming up again. It had been dormant since August. There's a lot that went on in December. I wanted LifeSpace to present tonight. It was their election. I mean, we had a deal in December. They decided they didn't want to present until February because they didn't have an opportunity, they said, to present the concept plan to their own people and to you people. So I think what Jason said originally is that, you know, he promotes dialogue. So we're going to be considering this in February. So I would hope that there would be plenty of dialogue between your community and the LifeSpace people, between Ocean Trace and the LifeSpace people over the course of the next month prior to what I anticipate will be a real interesting meeting.
Okay. I think we've exhausted this as a discussion item this evening. We're going to move on if that's.
Thank you, Jason.
Okay. Comments from the town manager.
Thank you, Mayor. God bless you. Staying with the policy of just looking a month or so in advance, Lithuanian Day, they've notified us verbally, I believe, that they're canceling, unfortunately. We're going to cancel, obviously, the 50th anniversary dinner, mayor's hours, and coffee with the cop. We have the Pelican Lake Workshop. Please, everybody's invited. You can participate by Zoom, February 4th at 3. We have the P&Z next Monday. And again, you can participate and view it on our YouTube channel. And we have the next town council meeting on the 24th. Mayor, do you want to talk about the Civic Association's request now at this time?
Yes, we had a public comment from the president of the Civic Association, Donna Hamilton. It sounds like she would like to conduct an outdoor candidate forum of some kind, and I think we as a council would need to get some feedback from the staff as to how, if at all, that could take place and what kind of restrictions or anything else might need to be imposed? Or is that something that the staff just prefers to work and reach out to the Civic Association directly and try to work through?
Well, on one end, we would love to work with the Civic Association, but this is my rule about not working on anything that has to do with the election or politics. So we normally stay out of the debate or anything like that because it can be perceived in the wrong way. But I understand this is a COVID issue, so.
Right, from a public health
But I just want to put
standpoint,
that out there
or-
first. So I'm happy to discuss it. I'm not in favor of having gatherings. So obviously that is, I see the proper way to do this through a Zoom meeting. You know, we can help them, educate them. To her credit, Donna said that's, I believe she said a lot of people are not comfortable with Zoom at this time. So maybe, so she wanted to set up some kind of chairs, as she said, out there. If you limit the numbers, I don't know, it's just the gathering thing is not, I'm not happy about gathering. I'm not supportive of gathering.
From a council standpoint, I mean, we're not following through with coffee with a cop. We're not, there are no gatherings. If we're going to be consistent with that, does it make sense to just ask the staff to work directly with Donna and the Civic Association and try to set up a Zoom platform?
The last candidates debate that we had, the council was full. They were into the lobby. They were outside. I mean, it gets a lot of interest. And the problem is social distancing. And you're going to have a large amount of people. There's a lot of interest.
Maybe we could maybe we can ask the church if their community room might be available. I mean, to me, the institution, first of all, the Civic Association, I miss the fact that we have not had live meetings, you know, with the Civic Association is the fabric of the community. Somebody I always supported the Civic Association. They're the people who put on the candidates debate. If we don't have a candidates debate, we've got a crazy campaign going on. I mean, to me, debate is the basis of a campaign. I would like to see 2 debates. You know, the world has changed. This election is not going to be 100% people voting on election day. Early ballots go out second week in February, I think, roughly the 8th or something like that. And as soon as the early ballots hit, people are going to start voting. This election could be over mid-February. And I would like to see a debate, not like our traditional sometime March 1st, but I would like to see a debate second week in February, right when that's what I would like. I like transparency. I like debate.
Those are decisions that are essentially up to the Civic Association. I think to the extent that the Civic Association is asking to use the interior of the town center or the exterior of the town center is the only decision we're really, we need to either reach a consensus or direct the staff. So
I like the idea.
Okay, Peggy?
If this is not a town-sponsored event, Joe, and somebody wanted to use the back of the town center, and the Civic Association decided to put up podiums there for each seat, so there'd be 2, and then there'd be 3, and people had social distancing in the back around the lake, and obviously we'd have to have, you know, volume on the speakers so that they could be heard. That would allow for social distancing, and they could still have the debate. It could be outside. And if it's sponsored by the Civic Association, it's hard to say, you know, people form groups during the evening, during the morning on our town center. So it's not like people can't use this. So I don't know if it's right to say from a standpoint that the public wants to come in and hear candidates speak, because I think that is important. That, I mean, as a council, do we say no? Do we say no to people that want to go out there and get in a group in the gazebo, that want to walk in and get their family together around the lake? I don't think we say no to any of those people. So I know this is a bigger event, but they have the ability to social distance out there also. So, I think it's more difficult between the police station and the town center, but in the back of the town center, I don't see it as a big problem. Right. And then people can go out in their lawn chairs and set up on their own. They're not asking to set up chairs from the town staff also. Just as a thought.
Joe, any?
I really want to stay out of this,
think
because
I don't know.
if I say I'm for it or against it, it could be misconstrued. That's why I'd prefer to stay out of it. So you guys discuss it, deliberate, and tell me what to do. I mean, I think that's the best way to do it, because if I get involved one way, you're going to say I'm biased in one way. I'm trying to stay as neutral as possible. And
All right, so I'm a candidate, and from my standpoint, I would simply say, knowledge is power. This is what America's all about, the free interchange of ideas and debate. The debate's always been an important part of our election cycle. And I want two debates. I want a debate at about the time the absentee ballots go out, and one just before the election. Now, I'm speaking, bias, because that's what I want. I'm perfectly happy to say that. But I can't say enough about the Civic Association for trying to put this together. The Civic Association really is the core of our social fabric, and they're trying to do a solid by the community. I think that it's to kind of poo-poo from that is a bad idea.
What I'm finding interesting about this discussion is this happened obviously in the election for president, where this is the people's house. And is this the people's town? And do we have a right for people to go out there and do whatever they feel like they want to do, whether they form a group in this gazebo, whether they want to have a picnic around the lake? I mean, it's a good question. Can we as a council really say, no, you can't do something? I can see perhaps between the town center and the police department, but Len,
Well, if you're advertising, it then becomes a special event. And if you're advertising for people to appear at a specific place, then it becomes a special event that the town has to approve, so.
but if they are
I mean, if people just
advertising around the
voluntarily
lake.
congregate, that's one thing, right? The parks are traditional public forums and they can do what they wish, but if it's advertised as a special event at the town center, then it's a special event that has to go through the normal process that a special event would have to go
But
through.
if you
Is that what
want
we
to,
usually do? I mean, what's been our history in the past?
if this was a normal without COVID, they would just ask for the room and we'd give it to them.
but Len, you're talking about, specifically asking for the town's permission to do something and it's a sponsored event, but if it's
I would say
not,
it's
and it's
town
through the.
sponsored. I was just saying if it depends on the number of people, what's the threshold for your special event?
25, but it was not even zero. Help me.
Not even, if it's advertised as a special event. The threshold for 25 is if staff needs to review it or it comes to council, which in this case during COVID, we're bringing everything to council.
And that's why they're looking for your approval.
And
The inside of the building is under my domain, rentals for the,
Right, the room rentals are different.
it's,
You
Right.
do
That's
the
outside.
courtyard and do social distancing, you're not going to get many people out there. What if you did the Zoom platform like we do for our meetings, have the candidates here? It's on YouTube and people can watch it and advertise, get it out there and they can watch it at home.
I think what's difficult is we have, population that perhaps are not connected to the internet, don't have that capability, don't know how to do it. So I think it's definitely more difficult. And I think it's nice to see the candidates in person.
But to your point, Peggy, it would have been nice to have Oktoberfest as well, even if it was going to be streamlined and a reduced.
I would have
event.
voted for it.
Why can't we hybridize it like I think we've very successfully hybridized our town council meetings. I mean, if we decide we want to do it out in the courtyard, limit attendance to 50, whatever you can socially put out there, and it simultaneously send this out over Zoom/YouTube. But I think that to avoid debate under the coronavirus, it's a step backwards for the way in which we have our sort of democratic principles, really. It's,
Yeah,
it's
I don't-
always been about
I don't think-
candidate debate.
I don't think it's avoiding debate as much as I think from a public safety standpoint, it's recognizing and being consistent that if we're going to cancel these other events or opportunities where people are gathering, where at least what I'm hearing is the staff's inclination is to keep that consistent. And I think that, as we've discussed at length with the audio video options, we have the prospect of a Zoom alternative. And are there a couple of different ways to do that? I think that would be the direction to try to point it. And I understand that, that there may be some folks that may be more difficult for, and I think the Civic Association can try to help make it more accessible for those folks if they have an opportunity to plan in advance.
It sounds like we're going to have two that are saying no and two that are saying yes, but I have another idea. Think out of the box. What if we did it on the beach? You can't stop people from going to the beach, right? Bring some microphones down there. Is there any, if people congregate on the beach,
It's still,
it's a park.
Right.
still can be-
We have two other candidates
they can
here,
do
so
it somewhere
We need
else.
some ideas from
No,
them.
I don't care how we do it. I just think we should do it, period. And
Not
if,
opposed.
I think that if we form some form of hybridization, which is effectively a Zoom meeting with a small limited attendance, that's fine. But in this era of COVID, I would say more debate, two debates, a debate at more, there's going to be a huge number of absentee ballots or mail-in ballots cast. This election could be over in mid-February. Having a debate March 1st may be moot. So we've got to react to changing circumstances, not just directly because of our fear of virus, but also because of the way it's impacted on the way in which we're able to communicate information.
And I think that's the Civic Association, and perhaps the candidates need to get together with the Civic Association and maybe work with them directly and see what you can come up with and see if there's a way to do this that works for everybody. And the timing of it too, because, Stuart's got a point, and I'm sure you guys are all interested in getting your voice heard and getting your message out there.
I commend the Civic Association for trying very hard to do this. Do you want to speak, Alex? Go ahead.
I have spoken with the Civic Association, and I have pushed for a Zoom-style debate that makes a lot more sense.
What's your name, sir?
I'm Alex Cook.
Oh, okay. I don't know you.
Sorry.
Okay. thanks.
Sorry about that. We've met a few times, Jim.
Okay.
I have met with them. I have talked with them about that because they wanted to do this standard setup, and I think it's kind of a mistake too. Makes a lot more sense to just have someone feeding questions, pre-written, whatever. The candidates don't need to know it. And questioning live through a Zoom feed. I guess it could be done here. It's not that complicated to set up and makes a whole lot more sense than crowding everybody out there over here. The beach idea is fun, but again, crowding. So anyway, that's pretty much where I came from. That I did talk with Donna about it. I think I may have confused her a little bit because I'm a little bit more tech savvy than she is, but I think she got the gist of it. But she did ask for this today, so maybe she didn't quite get where I was coming from.
So Joe, do you want to?
Diane, you have a comment?
Is it okay to have the candidates in here on a Zoom call?
I'm just trying to help you facilitate. I'm writing down your options.
Thank you. That's all fine.
That's all I could do. Let's just help you facilitate.
Hi, Diana Davis, 440 Sunset Way. I'm also a candidate for seat 4, and I would favor an in-person debate. And just because I have found that Zoom is more difficult with some of the residents. And so I think it would be a more opportunity for everyone to participate, and then they could decide with the social distancing and risk that they would take on themselves. But thank you for the consideration.
Are there any other candidates either in the room or on the call that want to comment? Because I think that if you are, we should hear your opinion. I take that. Kaylin, do you know do you have a list of people who are on the call?
Actually, they only, when they come in on YouTube, they are delayed, so they're just hearing it. So it would have to be a Zoom that they've requested to make a comment. So that's why they can't speak up typically. And that's
Oh, is
an
that right?
option.
People who are on our Zoom call can't communicate right now?
Those watching on YouTube. Those watching on YouTube don't. You have to select to join the Zoom call
Okay, so
to ask in advance.
let's try to move this along. It sounds like the candidates themselves can certainly speak to the Civic Association as Joe, you and the staff can speak to them. And ultimately, it's a Civic Association event, and we'll let them, figure out what they need to do. But to the extent we've got public safety concerns that the town staff has expressed, and in the demonstrated actions now over several months are to cancel even, a reduced coffee with a cop or mayor's hour. So let's keep, we'll remind the Civic Association of that and let them trying to navigate this. You've got some ideas and some alternatives that you can share with them. I'm sure the candidates can share their ideas, and I'm fairly confident they'll come up with something.
And I just want to say that I think the Civic Association is an incredible organization and is the fabric of the community. And I really I miss the fact that I was a big supporter, as many of us were, of all the Civic Association events. And I think that their sponsorship of the debates is really in the best interest of the town.
Okay. Additional.
May I recap, please, Mayor?
Yes, please.
Okay. What I heard is the courtyard from Donna, the backyard, obviously from Peggy, the hybrid approach from Stu, the church, the beaches, or total Zoom. So obviously you're still putting me in a predicament here because I don't want to be involved. So these are the options. So you maybe say which ones you like and don't like. Just trying to help you facilitate this because I'm not going to get involved in saying, I told you my concerns. I have concerns with gatherings.
But I think what we're saying is that you don't need to be involved, that they'll go directly to Donna Hamilton and the Civic Association and try to figure out what they
No,
would like
that's-
to do that doesn't involve the town and the concerns that you have.
So then you're saying the town center is off because
Well,
that would be
yeah.
me involved.
I think we had probably a 2-2 vote here, so it wouldn't pass anyway.
Well, that's what I'm trying to
Yeah.
get at.
Yeah, so most of those would be off the table, I
So
guess,
can we
besides
go
the
over
church.
Are we dividing a 2-2 on this one, just out of curiosity?
Do we need a consensus on
Can you help me?
something?
You see what my issues are. I mean, can we go over each one and tell me which ones are no? I don't know what to do. I don't want to say what I prefer and not prefer. I'm just telling you, I'm against gatherings. So,
I think you express it that way to the Civic Association.
but you heard her comment today was to have it in the courtyard. So, and I don't want to say.
I think you convey that would be similar in your opinion to coffee. I don't want to tell you what to say, but I think it would be similar to your opinion on coffee with a cop or other gatherings. And
That's
that
not
would-
under my purview, Mayor.
Well, there does not seem to be 3 council members that favor having it on town. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm assuming something, but that favor having it on town property. So they're going to have to come up with either a Zoom forum or
That would be
some
great if I
other
get that kind
location.
of direction. If that's what you want to have, give me some direction, please.
Well, I think we're splitting because I think that using town property is not a bad idea. Peggy, what do you think?
Yeah, that's why I said I think we're 2-2.
Are we
Jim, I don't want to speak
Yeah,
for
I don't
you
know what
either.
Jim-
No,
And
my
Jason,
main
you
concern
can.
is it's a safety issue. And the bottom line is our residents are primarily in the most susceptible
High
group.
risk, yes.
Well, right.
And that's
We're
what
not being divisive by voting 2-2. We're just saying we have differences of opinion. Is that a fair
We
statement?
just need to be able to
Fair
move
statement.
on
That's
and
a
let
fair
Joe
statement.
know that it's not on the table any longer.
So the
that
town
they have to
center,
go to-
which-
Yeah, that's all we're doing.
Thank you, Peggy. That's exactly what I'm trying to do.
And that's consistent with the town's approach.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think it's not on the town property, wherever they
Right.
want to have it.
Okay, so the courtyard is out, the backyard is out.
The beach
town,
is out.
The town council, the town center with the hybrid is out. The beaches, I'm sorry, the church is in. The beaches and total Zoom are in, or the beaches is out too?
Well, the beaches
hard to have a debate
is the same concern.
The beach, I don't know, that's a great place.
Just have to tell me.
That was out of the
Trying to-
box.
I
trying
think
to
there may
help
be
Out of
some
the box,
acoustic
but I
issues.
don't think that's a viable option.
I think we need an alternate venue. In other words,
I
I
have,
think
I
that,
have the church and total Zoom. Beaches,
how about Loggerhead? Do they have an auditorium that they could perhaps let us use?
I could span it to any internal on-site thing. I don't care.
Joe, if
Thank
it's at the church
help me.
or the Loggerhead Marine Life Center, it's still a special event.
I know,
It's
but
just
they-
on site.
But they can approve it.
Yes.
Yes.
But it still comes.
So,
But-
I know you're trying to help me, but
And Joe, at this point, you really need to let Donna do it, right? I mean, if it's out of your control and you really don't want to get involved, let's just let the candidates and Donna Hamilton
Yeah, but
and her civic association figure
but
it
if she
out.
demands to have it in the courtyard,
You just said, we just said.
no, but now it isn't. Right.
Right,
So the
right.
only one that, is there anything now that I have to be involved with? Let me ask, am I involved with the beaches? If she wants to have it on the beach, the church is okay. Frank says it's still, and he's correct, it is still probably, it is.
It's a special event.
It's a special event, but it's an on-site special event, which we approve administratively. Is that what you're trying to say? Thank you, Frank.
That's what he was
And
saying.
he's 100% correct, but I think you're okay with that. Is that correct?
Yes.
So,
I mean, maybe.
thanks for
FPNL,
clarifying that, Frank.
who knows?
So,
And I'll have to talk to Donna because my concern is that this year is different because, first of all, because of the natural trends of people sending in mail order ballots, but also because of the coronavirus. Alex, you may know this better than I do. What's the prediction on number of votes that are going to be cast on absentee ballot? Do you know that? Yeah, can you, for this cycle? You're pretty good at this.
I believe it's about 600.
600 out of, and we may have what, 900 votes cast? So, like I said, because of the change that has occurred in the way people vote, we're no longer just on an election day cycle. We're on an early voting cycle.
yeah, I'm not involved in that at all.
Well,
So,
okay,
I'm
but I
just-
don't
I'm just
care.
involved with sites, so,
But I'm saying that this is important.
I see your issue.
Thank
but-
you.
But I'm
That's all
not,
I
but
have.
I'm not getting involved in that. So so the off-site venue of the beaches, yes or no?
I thought it was a creative idea. I just don't know if it's practical, but
Right, and it's-
I'll leave that to the Civic Association and.
It's still regulated
But
as
it's
town
not.
park
It's-
under the code, so it's still,
No, I know it's a special event. I know that, but,
No, I
but
know,
they could
but
say
it's-
yes. So just give me a consensus. Is
I don't think
beaches
there's-
good or not?
How about Kagan Park? I mean, any park. Are you saying it's town property and we can't do it on town property?
Yeah, a town, obviously Kagan would be a special event. Kagan would be a special event.
Okay, but it's doable.
It's doable, yeah. Yeah, you want to, I'll put that on the list, Kagan.
But-
So now you have to decide on another one.
That's town property though.
but you don't have a
Yeah, I mean,
consensus.
if you make them, three of you say no town property, that makes it easier. So did three of you say no town property?
You said no town property.
Okay.
Two of them
I
did, so
think
you're
it's
not
two.
going
Not
to get a
three.
consent, you're not going to
I
get a
have to hear three
consensus.
of you say that.
I think we were 2-2.
Yeah, so that's why I said going through this list is helpful. It's getting there. So I got beaches now. I got churches, okay. I will approve an on-site on that. You guys said yes. I will, obviously, I'm not involved with the total Zoom. Kagan and beaches would be an off-site event, which you just tell me to approve it administratively if you're okay with it. Am I phrasing that correctly? Yes.
But I don't
so.
think you have a consensus. So
If, I don't know. I'm not getting involved. Tell me if it's,
I put that in the category. I put that in the category of town property. So
Right, I think you have two that do not want it on town property, and you have two that are willing to do it on town property. So
he's
you
helping.
don't have a
So-
consensus for town property.
So is that correct, that the two of you don't want to see an event on town property because?
Well, beaches is not town
It's
property.
not town property
So
per
that's
se.
why it's still up
It
there.
would still be a special event.
Kagan Park is town property, Town Hall Park is town property.
Yeah.
Jim, I did
Center's
not
town
hear
park.
three people say no town property. If I hear that, yes, I will
That's
cross
what we're
them off my
telling you,
list.
Joe.
I'm sorry?
That's what
Well, you
we're
have
telling
two telling you that.
Two.
You got
You
2 to
only
2.
have two, Jim.
I need three.
He can't, he
Need
has,
three.
You're not gonna
You
get
don't
three.
have 3.
You're not going to get three.
So If I'm not going to get three, Mr. Attorney, that means it's out.
That means it's out. That's
Okay,
what I'm
so-
saying. That's what I was trying to tell you.
So the Kagan's out, so Beaches is out.
It's
So
out if it's not, it has to be approved as a
it's
special event.
church or total Zoom? I'm out.
Another location.
Or
They
another
have the
location.
option,
Another
we're not
location.
controlling what the Civic Association
no,
does.
it could
Another,
be, I mean-
I'll tell her, or another, thank you, that was
Or there's
very
other
good.
facilities in the
The
town.
candidates are
location.
going to meet with her and discuss
You
other
can't-
possible options, Joe.
You have Holy Spirit.
Yeah, all right, yeah, don't have cross conversations.
Yeah, that's the church, that's the church. Yeah, you
You
can
have Holy Spirit and. you
Yeah, I
Holy-
have the church, Jim. I have church.
Evers.
I have,
Church,
I'm
the
circling now.
Methodist
I have
Holy
church,
Spirit.
total Zoom, other locations, is fine.
And maybe ask Donna to get a hold of the candidates for other suggestions.
I'm not going to get involved in that. No, I'm not. So,
All right. Additional comments from the town manager?
no, that's it. Thank you.
Comments from the town attorney?
Oh, God, no. Thank you, Mayor.
Comments from staff?
In the previous planning and zoning board meetings, the staff and the zoning board have been discussing the landscape section of the town's code, chapter 34. And the planning and zoning board is recommending language to define native vegetation and also to define what the minimum native vegetation percentage should be. We have already discussed this in the board level. We have already come up with a definition and new language. We're here to ask how council would like to proceed, meaning if you would want to see this in an ordinance form.
We just need authorization to move forward to do a formal ordinance to do a text amendment.
Thank you.
For putting it in the comp plan is what you're saying?
No,
No, sir.
in the code, it's a code.
In the
issue.
code.
Oh, okay.
It just defines native vegetation and more clarifies that whole issue of the 50% or,
But it doesn't change the 50%.
no, it doesn't.
No, it just clarifies
Just
the language.
clarifies.
It just clarifies the language to more accurately reflect what actually.
Correct, and
occurs.
this came from the Ocean One project. Just a little bit more feedback on that. Yes, we don't have a definition for native vegetation. We took the time to do the research, planning and zoning, the board decided on a definition, and that's the definition that they want to propose for the,
And was that unanimous?
Is
Frank?
that what, the one that was based
It
on
was.
the?
It was
on the
unanimous.
University of Florida standards?
it was many.
It's a hybrid of
It's a hybrid.
different standards.
To me, it was a cleanup and it was a definition.
Cleanup and put in a definition that didn't exist before,
It's
but was a requirement.
clarification.
It sounds like an important definition, given the way we are talking about, native versus beneficial, non-native. So maybe we should get some definitions clarified.
We
Well-
have one.
Yeah. I don't know
I'm sorry,
how the others feel. All it takes is three to
Well,
say move forward
We
and we'll
can
move
say, we
forward.
can do a motion here. Well, I mean, we can do a recommendation here. Now we're all confused today. So what do you feel? Do you feel like this is a good ordinance to go forward with?
I do,
I
yes,
do
sir.
too, so.
So if council's okay with it, we'll move
I
forward with
certainly am
it.
okay.
Yeah, I was at the planning and zoning and I was in favor.
Okay.
So we'll go
With the
Go
unanimous
forward.
decision
Thank you.
by planning and zoning
Thank
and
you.
the recommendation of staff.
So it will go to planning and zoning
Yes, sir.
first and then it will come before the town
An
council.
ordinance, correct.
Thank you.
Comments from staff? Comments from council?
Well, we're going to mention one thing about, yeah. Unless you want me to do it.
Chief was going to come up there for a moment, so I was getting,
He's just
I was just
lurking.
kind of allowing him in. I just wanted to bring up, and actually, town manager made a good segue into it during the discussion about the fowl and the animal control and such. He alluded to the removal of the iguanas that we're seeing around the lake. A couple of things. First of all, we're seeing an increased sighting in the number of them, number one. And number two, many of them are creating their burrows in locations where they're becoming trip hazards. Now, I think most of you were on a couple of the Zoom and the Pelican Lake workshops where the environmental biologist, Bob Bright, had even mentioned that, with iguanas, one is too many. And those words kind of stuck with me, and we're seeing them populate and repopulate over and over again. And we get also getting a lot of resident complaints about them. Some people are afraid of them. They're afraid for their children, their pets, they're afraid of what diseases they may carry and so on and so forth. Having said all that, the plan is to bring in a licensed trapper to remove them, and they'll use whatever means is necessary to either capture or euthanize them, however it's best done. And that is also the methodology that the Fish and Wildlife has also said that would be the most, the best way of eliminating the problem. So again, we plan to move forward with the elimination, and just wanted to kind of give you all a heads up that if you see someone out there, it will be a licensed, trained, professional trapper to get rid of them.
Do they do it during the day? During the day?
Yes, it'll have to be during the day because that's the only time that they're out and about. Otherwise, they're either in their burrows or hiding in some of the palm trees.
They sleep in trees too.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Right, when it gets cold.
Yeah, that cold spell never did what we had hoped it was going to do.
Never eradicated them.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
It's pretty chilly.
From what I've read, and what actually even, I believe, was even discussed at the one of the workshops, they're becoming more acclimated to the cooler weather, and they're adapting.
Evolution.
So we'll follow up, and hopefully we can eradicate it, a little bit at a time, and eliminate the problem before somebody trips into one of those burrows too and hurts themselves. Any other questions? I did have another comment on a completely different subject. There was another failure. I think I reported in the weekly report. There was another collapse on the storm drain on Universe Boulevard. Was brought to our attention by FP&L, one of their engineers. We went out, took a look at it. I called in one of the contractors who has a contract with Seacoast Utility, and he gave us a price of about a little less than $12,000 to do the repair. It's an emergency repair. We don't want to see it expand any further. He's cautiously optimistic that it'll just be a point repair. Hopefully get in, do the point repair, and get out. The only issue, as usual, is there's a whole myriad of utilities located there. I don't know how that's going to complicate it, but you just like any other underground utility repair, you never know until you move all the dirt and find out what you're contending with. But again, we've been in the business long enough. We usually have a pretty good sense of what the issue is and how it can best be resolved.
Can I ask for a motion to spend up to $15,000 to repair that? It's an emergency repair, but I'd rather have it on the record.
And is that subject to the reimbursement like we have?
Yeah, of course.
With the other
Yes,
adverse
we're only
yes.
in for 5% of that. The stakeholders pay for the vast majority of it. We'll bill, NFPL already knows, and they're at 60%, obviously, and the rest are.
Okay. I think we had a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Joe, I have a
Excellent.
question on that. We applied for a grant for Universe Boulevard, which was denied, I think. And
One of them was denied, yes.
That's the $2 million
applied for another
grant.
one, or have we applied for another one? Or are we,
Let me give you an update because there's a couple out there. The one that FEMA wasn't a denial, it was on a wait list. So we'll put something in the activity report, bring you up to date.
okay.
Let me ask a budget question.
Sure.
So we have a $9 million budget this year instead of a $7 million budget?
Right. It's all because of Universe.
Right. So
Yeah.
how do we reflect that we're not getting the grant, we're not spending the money?
It's one of those accounting things where the revenues.
That's what I'm asking. You're the
So really just ignore it because if it's just a balancing thing, just in case the grant came immediate or some kind of entitlement came immediate, we can do the project.
So it's
Sorry.
really better to say we have a $7 million budget than a 9.
Exactly.
huh?
We have a $6-7 million budget, correct?
Really, okay,
Yes,
okay.
that's a good point.
And I had one final thing. I'll take off my Public Works Director hat for a moment. I actually found the discussion about the coronavirus and the vaccines and such very interesting this evening. Just as on a personal note, while trying to get an appointment for a significant other this morning, you could not get onto that website, the public's website, before 6 a.m. As soon as the sweep hand came up to the 6 a.m.,
They're on to you.
then it would allow you to begin
They're on
to actually get the, here again, that's just my experience. I've tried it a couple of times. But I actually, even in Palm Beach County, there were almost 10,000 available appointments, and they got gobbled up within maybe about an hour and a half or so. But again, you know. there
Again
were
this
other-
Friday, get on again. Be vigilant.
You got one, right? You got one for Jill?
Well, I was just going to go. What I would suggest is for anyone that's a veteran to contact the Veterans Administration on West Palm Beach or any of their clinics. That's where I had gotten mine yesterday. It was very well run.
Thank you for
very
your service.
professional. Did a great job and, you know, segueing you through the whole thing. And they did good follow-up. As soon as you got up, after you had your little 15-minute waiting period, the seats were wiped down and, you know, they scheduled your future appointment. And like I said, and my arm didn't even bother me today.
And do you know which vaccine you got? Do you know which one you got?
Yeah, Moderna.
You did, okay.
I got Pfizer.
So I'd suggest anybody.
Yeah, take whichever one you got.
The only downside of it was I did ask if they did have appointments also available for spouses of veterans and such. At this point in time, they're only doing veterans 70 and older, which I just made the cut.
Congratulations.
Just, but
close.
But they said they do hope in the near future, as more vaccine becomes available, they'll also, you know, allow spouses of veterans to get them as well. So if you are, take it. It's good opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Thank you, Tony.
Thanks, Tony. I would just remark on that one that I was on the phone with Chip Block today, who's the vice mayor at the Inlet Colony, and he was one of the people who reported that he was on at 5:30 and stayed on from that point and got an appointment.
Oh, good.
So, and I've heard that from 3 or 4 other people, frankly. So as much as it says, and I thought it would be if you logged on at 5:58, they would cut you off the list. But as an alternative strategy, I mean, the practical point for tonight is try getting on early. It seems to have worked in anecdotal cases.
Try everything.
Okay. Comments from the council? Stu?
Well, I think I put 2 agenda items on that I was passionate about. I'm glad we had our coronavirus discussion. I really think it was timely, and to me, it's the #1 issue in the community. So I'm glad, you know, we don't have to agree, but we should definitely talk about it. And I really wanted to broadcast a message that I'm not an enemy of the Waterford. Under the right circumstances, I favor annexation. And I think that modifications have been done by LifeSpace and by Harvey Oyer, so that I am now a proponent of annexation, and that's how I'm going to vote when they come across, because I like where we are on the site plan.
Okay. Peggy?
I'll be very quick with all the stuff I have. Okay, so on the consent agenda, I just had a question, Joe. It says that the maximum grant amount is $1 million and a 1-to-1 match. Is that something that we would want to try to get additional funding on?
It's up to $1 million.
Right, and I know
You read it correctly. We're not asking for $1 million.
Right, the grant request is 191,750.
Right.
So is there anything else, can we throw something else in there? I mean, there's a lot of money there.
We had that meeting. So you're thinking just like us. We had that
Okay.
meeting. We threw irrigation in there. We threw other items
Much
we
as you
didn't think
could.
of. Yes.
Perfect, okay. And then on the floodplain, how much funding did we get from FEMA? Just out of curiosity, for the
what?
creation of the town's mitigation plan.
Oh, many years ago, they paid for that mitigation plan. I can't guess, but it was tens of, does anybody remember? It was many years ago, it was a 100% grant where they paid for, that was my recollection.
Okay. And then I wanted to
But
thank
it
you,
wasn't
Joe.
cheap, tens of thousands.
Frank, I just had a question on the current Florida building codes, because this was in the consent agenda also with a condenser and air handler. Is that something that's more for government? Because I know in a
No,
residential.
That's me again.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Joe, I know in residential, when your air handler or your condenser fails, you don't have to replace both of them.
No,
And-
that's a law change. I believe it's for residential and commercial now, right? That if
Wow, that's huge.
the Florida Building Code has changed,
handlers.
where air handlers, used to be you can change one of the two, the condenser or their air handler. I believe it's for residential too. It's definitely for commercial, but I'd have to get back to you. Frank, do you know that one? Or Kurt? We'd have to ask Buck that.
Yeah,
but-
that took me by surprise because,
But on
I
a
mean,
co-
that's a huge expense to have to replace an air handler.
Yeah,
if
it's
you're replacing-
terrible.
I mean, you're talking $2,000 a piece. You're almost like getting a new,
Your air handler
making you
doesn't
get a
go
new
in Juno
system.
Beach. It's always, your condenser, so it's a
Right.
terrible thing for us. But
when did, and then I'd like to know if that, if it is
Actually,
true.
I believe
when-
that changed not recently.
it was years and years ago.
It was years ago, correct.
But is it for
yes.
residential too?
It's residential as well?
Yes.
Well,
yeah.
somebody might tell the air conditioning companies because
and
I don't know if they're doing that, right?
Honestly, I would have to check with Buck or
Yeah,
Derek on
to-
that. I'm not sure.
We'll confirm it for you.
Okay, and then,
It's definitely for commercial.
Len, I want to thank you so much for all the information on North Palm Beach, US 1. That was great. It was, something that we'll bring up. I don't know what the agenda will look like for next month, but I'd like to bring that back up as an agenda item. Len, I wanted to ask you the proper way to address council as a resident. Is it better to write an email? There was something that was said tonight. I just want to make sure I clarify it. And as a resident, not as a council member, how do any of us, do we write to council just like any resident would? Write to the town?
I think I know where she's coming, but
I'm not sure I understand the question.
maybe I can say it another way. You're never a resident. You are
Right,
always
you're
a
always a
council
council
member. That's the easiest answer to, you're a council member.
But if you're a
Because
homeowner
at
and
the-
you want to ask a question, or write something to the town, you don't have a right to send a letter as a homeowner?
You do?
You can bring it up as a council. I mean, you're always a
Spouse
council
can,
member.
right?
But you're always a council member, so always put
Well,
that
I
in
know
your-
you're always a council member, but if you're not acting as a council member and you just want to inform, either staff of something, of course, you can come to staff at any time as a homeowner.
Right.
But
Well, you
if
can come to staff anytime as a council member too, individually.
Right, but this is as a homeowner. How do you approach that? Does everyone understand what I'm saying? Like if
Yeah, but
you didn't want
Your
to,
spouse could, like on the replat tonight, your spouse could speak for you. That's what
well,
you're talking about,
it
right?
depends on if they own your house or own your. Listen. I'm kidding.
Or your representative, or representative. Yeah.
Anyway, I'll talk to you later about that.
Okay,
I'm
we
not
can,
gonna-
we can hash that out
Yeah,
later.
Yeah.
That's better.
But it was
Um,
fine for Peggy to speak individually at the P and Z meeting, or was that, what?
No,
let's-
I've cleared that with ethics. I've cleared that with
had a
different
discussion
people, so
about
we're,
that.
that
I
doesn't.
just, because I'm trying to get an understanding of how do we
You should
fit in?
consult
when-
with your attorney on anything
Right.
like that. You should consult with your attorney, which is Len Rubin, on anything like that.
You mean to talk before the P and Z board? Is that what you're saying?
Anything that you have, any issues that you should talk to Len directly.
And the right way to do it is really, either Len or go to the Board of Ethics of Palm Beach County also.
And
could always
that-
request an opinion, too, if
Excellent
there's
point.
an issue.
Excellent. You
Yeah.
can always ask for opinion.
And we can do them informally sometimes, really quickly.
Yeah.
And then Frank, I was going to talk about the League of Cities and Dorothy Jacks, but it's gone on a long time, and maybe next time you could talk about that permit portal, because I don't think it's that important tonight, so. And I think that's it.
Okay, Jim? Good. I'm good. We're adjourned. Thank you.
Are you going to get that shot
And
now?
thanks to the candidates who came tonight.
Get that shot now?
Good night, good night,
There
good
you
night.
go. Thank you for coming. This is what I like to see.
But I just heard that Johnson